What is up, everybody? Jester here. Welcome back for another episode of the Ropes of the Long Dark. Today we're going to be doing Mountain Town, as we talked about last weekend. We should only have 4 or 5 ropes, probably 4. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll find a 5th one. That's the hope anyway. It's not always a guarantee that we're going to get that rope, the loose one that sometimes happens, but that's okay. We're going to do our best, and hopefully we might find one. We'll just have to wait and see. What that means is we just got to go explore the region, and then we need to pull the 4 ropes that we're guaranteed, and then from there we take a picture and we head home. Tonight should be a pretty short night. I'd say 3 or 4 hours at maximum if we kind of get into it. As a matter of fact, let's just kind of get into it. Oh, well, I guess it would help if we had the game up, huh? All right, so we're going to be resuming where we left off. As you can see, the fire is still lit, and we have our 9 ropes available right here. Looking pretty good, pretty good. That's going to give us a total of 13. We're a little halfway through the day, so we'll be taking off in the morning for Mountain Town. Let's take a peek at everything and see what we need, what we don't need. If there's any indication with any of this stuff, maybe we need to repair. I mean, we're going to be okay. We might want to repair those. And we might want to repair those. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. The crafting table's over here. We put stuff in the area for the crafting table. That is correct. Did we not? Or did we use it? Huh. Is it over here? Have we never searched this? I guess we never searched the desk. We just moved it. It's weird that it let us do anything with it with stuff in it. Okay, so we don't have any leather. That'll be a priority for us. We'll be finding some leather, unless maybe we put it up top. Probably put it up top. We do have lots of places for storage now. Yeah, we put it up top. Let's grab 2, just in case it fails. All right, we got time to go ahead and get everything done now. So let's do that. We got to make sure we stay up with everything on the gear side, because we've only got one of most of these things. I think that's probably what we really need for right now. We'll find more later. All right, we're going to be carrying this meals with us. It's good calories. No reason to not to. We might carry some of those drinks as well. Let's go put some stuff away. Okay. Got our sewing kit. We're probably not going to find another one, but we do have this fishing hook, so that will help. We've got our film this time, which is super important. You know, we might actually repair that up. Like I said, we're kind of just going through the motions for right now. Anything else that we think we might need? We are going to want a pry bar, however, so let's grab one of those, because we do need to search everything once we get over to Mountain Town. Pretty full. We shouldn't need much of that. Food is fine. We're probably going to pick up a little more food as well. Some more steaks before we head out. That should be fine. We've got our 3 pieces of coal. That would be fine for now. All right. Let's get calories in us. Probably should have figured out which one of those was the lowest durability or lowest quality percentage-wise, and that way we could have ate that, and if we got sick, we could have just slept that off. But that's fine. Everything is fine. Remember, we did put up our picture from last week. There's the sepia tone picture we took. Wonderful, wonderful stuff there. And let's drink some water. How tired are we? We're not all that tired. One of these days we'll clean all this up and get everything ready to go. We haven't even searched the kitchen in our own house yet. That's insane, right? Insanity. Let's get up here, we'll get ready for bed, and then we will pass a little time here, a couple hours. We'll take a drink, and then we'll hopefully be able to sleep. It's pretty close. Pretty close. Take a drink and let's head to bed. Sleep as long as it'll let us. That good condition back. We may go ahead and head out. Since we've got an Aurora, we'll have nice light. Look at our streaming setup working, guys. We still need a second monitor. Don't let me forget about that. We need to try to find one of those for our stream setup. But we do need to explore everything in Mountain Town. Even though we've been pretty much everywhere, we just need to triple check again that we've been everywhere. We do have to go to Plane Crash, which we haven't been to yet. You know, I'm tempted to go ahead and bring the rifle. No, we don't need to, because we can put a bullet in the bear and just let him die. That'll be fine by us. Let's get moving. Let's grab a few more steaks. Not nearly as far to go. All right, so when we get back, we're gonna have to cook that bear. And maybe think about taking another animal. Amazing to me how everything continues to keep getting longer and longer. I didn't even see him. God damn it. By the time I could react, that's fucking bullshit. We just killed him. We just killed him like when we got home, and now they respawned him because of the Aurora. And he triggered immediately. The game does shit like this. It puts you in impossible situations and you're just expected to deal with it, and you know, it's fine. It ain't gonna kill us. Not what we're here for today, so let's go ahead and get out of here. And since that wolf was up, even though we just killed this guy as well, I assume this one's going to be back. They're respawning wolves like every other day. We're going to have to be somewhat careful. We didn't bring any more ammo. We've got 26 rounds. We're out here getting a real nice early start today. Shouldn't be a problem. I would say all in all, we'll spend just a couple of game days out away from the house and then we'll head back. Should not take very long to get through and search everything in Mountain Town that we haven't looked at. We'll be very selective about what we take. But the main goal is going to be to get those ropes. My apologies about the late start this evening. I had stuff going on here at the house that needed to be done. I got done as quick as I could. Nothing bad, no emergencies, nothing like that. Just a little bit of a delay. Wasn't able to get the stuff like I wanted to today. The good news also is that if we get done with this tonight, we can go play like Half-Life 2 tomorrow. Which is something I desperately want to do. I want to go play something different. I haven't been gaming much during the week. This week I worked a little bit on the episode 1 for the ropes. It's just not ready yet. It'll be ready when it's ready. It's not a video I want to just push out for slop. I want it to do everything I want it to do, and there's just a lot of footage to look through on that first one. After the first one, I think it's going to be pretty simple, though. Like, honestly. And I love that transition to dawn. You still hear the Aurora music. You can still slightly see the Aurora. And, oh, it's so beautiful. This game is just so pretty. It was an interesting week this week. Got back to work. We kept having mechanical breakdowns, even though that was the whole purpose of the shutdown. You know, things break. Shit happens, I guess. I kept finding it funny. That's because I'm a little bit sick in the head, I guess. All right, so we'll be getting to the transition cave here pretty quick. We'll head over to Mystery Lake. We'll try to get straight to Mountain Town. We'll goat down. We'll climb up. Out of nowhere, it starts snowing without a cloud in the sky. Okay. GG Hinterland. Now it's going to go cloudy. Okay, just all this. It starts snowing and then it gets cloudy. Interesting tactic. Now, next weekend, I don't know what we're going to do, guys. We might go do Ash Canyon. Or we might get to a region we haven't been to yet, because we really badly need to find whetstones horribly. We do not have any. So that being said, any axes or whatever that we might find tonight, we're probably going to bring home. Just to have that durability so that we can continue to get wood and craft and keep building up our house. That's kind of a secondary side goal for us this run, is to build just an incredible base using the interior, the new building system for crafting and stuff. We've never really played all that much with that. I wish I just went ahead and let it light. All right. What the hell? I think we've got some kind of a glitch here. Can't see anything. Okay, there we go. Oh, you can't see anything for whatever reason here. We got a really weird glitch going on. Can I possibly sleep for an hour in here? I want to make sure we get a save. And then we're going to restart. Yeah, give me a second here. Let's just take a quick 1 hour sleep. This sidetracks us a little bit, but this will give us a save. There's no world where the lantern should be blurred out because we're in a cave. So I think that's just some kind of weird thing. So we're going to quit and confirm. We're going to reload. I can see better without the lantern than I can with, and that should not be the case. And I can't see shit with the lantern, or without the lantern now. Yeah, like I said, that was just some kind of glitch. I don't know what it is, but this run I've been running into more and more of those. Little things like that you just need to save, restart, and it's fine. Quite interesting though. Okay, that was accidental. Whoops. I would very much like to get this done tonight, so that we can move on to something else tomorrow, because I would like to play something else tomorrow. And I feel like episode 2, part 2 from Half-Life is longer, and it's going to take us a couple of goes at it to get it done, even on a 5 or 6-ish hour stream. From what I heard, it was like 10 to 12 hours, which means it'll probably take us 13, because we do like to get sidetracked. The games like that are pretty linear, so it's not, there's not a lot of things you can do. All right, we know that wolf is going to be up down here, so we may have to put one in him, or he might bugger off. It's hard to tell. He could be eating a rabbit or something. Oh, we don't know. Not till we get over there. The wildlife mechanics are so jacked in this game. All right, little buddy. Well, you're heading down this way now. I'm sure you've turned. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Long time ago, I remember seeing somebody that dragged rabbits from there, pushed them all the way over to the wolf, and sacrificed them so he could get by. I don't remember who it was, but I thought it was funny. Thought it was funny. I remember most of Mountain Town we have explored. A couple of places we haven't been to. Plane crash. Really, I think that's it. There's probably a few houses there in the main center in Milton that we haven't looked in. We'll be looking at all of them again, just to be certain. And then we'll head up past the bridge. We'll triple check the trailer, the church. We'll go through there. We'll just double check the cache to make sure there's nothing in there that we would have wanted to take, which probably isn't, because it was empty. And then we'll come down from there. We'll go over to plane crash. We'll pick up anything that we want to bring home from there. And then, yeah, we'll go down to the farmhouse or the farmstead. We'll head down to Two Ropes. We'll check down there briefly. Head back up the Two Ropes, grab those Two Ropes. We'll then take those probably... Here's the thing. We've only got one place we can take the picture from, and I'm going to show it to you here in a minute. Because this region's different. If we pull all the ropes, we can't get back out. Which is not what we want. We got to be able to get out of the region. So the picture we're going to have to take is dictated by where we pick up the last rope this time. And that's going to be right as we come in from Mystery Lake. It's got to be up there on that little plateau. Otherwise, we will be stuck. We will be absolutely stuck and will not be able to go anywhere. If we get stuck between those two ropes as you come in, that's bad. That's very bad news bears. I do remember we left some food too at the Orca. So if we need snacky stuff, we'll have that available. I remember the first time across the dam, I was so scared. And now I'm just auto walking it. It's not really coming down sideways, so I'm not overly concerned about a blizzard, but it's something to keep an eye out for. Need anything here right now? We'll search all of this later as part of our Mystery Lake. Not that there'll be any ropes in here, but, you know, we want to look everywhere just to be certain. See what I mean about little glitches? This is what I'm talking about. That pail is off the shelf. It's little stuff like that, maybe it's always been there. I'm just noticing it a whole lot more this run. And part of that could be, I suppose, that I'm seeing things in a much better clarity than I've ever seen them before because of the upgrade to the system and the monitor and all that good stuff. That is a very distinct possibility. Why don't we stop here for, well, let's get upstairs and then we'll stop for lunch before we head outside. That way we're not unnecessarily burning lantern fuel. Probably won't find much of that. Again, we've picked over Mountain Town pretty badly at this point. Regions that we haven't been to at all. Really, there's only a couple, honestly. Coastal Highway. So that would be an option that we could do next weekend. I like to start from the edges and work in, though, so I think we'll probably go to Desolation if we go anywhere. Let's eat and drink and be merry here. Nice, we didn't get sick. We like to see that. The rest of them are in good shape. All right, so we'll have those TV dinners, airline meals for consumption. Apologies, Bella was getting into shit. She's got this habit of... She's very high maintenance dog. She's been with me all day, doing stuff. But as soon as you turn your head to do something else and not paying attention to her, she acts out. And she makes sure you can hear her doing it. She's a very smart dog. She just doesn't understand that I'm as hard-headed as she is. Most nights, she's totally fine. Come home, let her out, give her some love. I can sit at the computer for a few hours. She'll either lay on the couch or she'll come and lay by me. Perfectly good kid. And then we'll end up going to bed. Day like today, we were doing stuff all day long. I think she just thinks that means that I'm hers forever, which, I mean, you know, I am. But I do my things too. Dogs are great. I love dogs. But I will say this, as smart as she is, being a blue heeler, Aussie Shepherd mix, no matter what, somewhere, someplace, there's the dumbest version of whatever breed it is that you have. And she could be among the lower end on that. Snow's really coming down now. I don't see any reason why we can't complete this tonight. Fairly quickly, actually. Just a little bit of exploring. A little bit of looking around at stuff. That wolf just went way up there, so we'll have to keep an eye out. Especially on the way back. And on the way back, we'll have 4 ropes with us. Possibly 5, if we find one. I don't think there's going to be a rope at Plane Crash. I suppose there could be a rope, either at the cave, as you come down the ropes there to get to the bottom area that I can't remember what it's called, but it's still Mountain Town. Or it might be over at that little burnt out cabin, potentially. It was really loud. All right, I think we can pretty easily push on through here. Again, the wind hasn't picked up at all. If it did, I'd be real concerned about a blizzard because this looks blizzardy. But things that make me not concerned about that are the snow falling fairly straight down, lack of wind, which would indicate that the snow can fall pretty straight down. Really, that's about it. So I guess sometimes temperature can indicate, but we've got pretty good gear. Even for found gear, we've got some of the best you can get in the game now. Matter of fact, I think we're done with gear. Unless we found a couple of Kowashans, would be the only thing I think we would swap out. We got double snow pants, we got double expedition parkas. We have double fisherman sweater right now. Double climbing socks. We've got the insulated boots, which I still think are the best of the found boots, even above the mucklucks. Of course, we've got on a toque and a balaclava. And we picked up and finally found, when we went through Forlorn, we found the gauntlets, which was awesome. That was kind of the last piece of the puzzle that we needed. Like I said, the gear, it's in excellent shape, like as far as what gear we have. It's starting to look a little more blizzardy. I'm starting to see a little more sideways motion, but then again, that could just be because I'm moving side to side. So I think what we're going to do is let's go ahead and go up to the wall and make the right and just follow the wall up. That way, if it does happen to turn on us, we've got a pretty good point of reference. I think what this game really boils down to is, and I've said it before, but it's just making the best possible decision you can make in the moment. You know, there was a couple of times ago when we were coming back from HRV, the first time, I think, when we were fully loaded, and we decided because it kind of looked like this, that we were going to go through Pensive Pond and come down and be able to get to cover if we needed it. And it took us a little longer to get home, but it was the right call. It was a safe play. Snow's getting just a little bit thicker. Still don't feel the wind picking up much, so I don't think that's going to be a big problem. I should have gotten into that truck, and then we could have found the cache, which I thought was over here someplace. Maybe it doesn't appear until I turned. I thought it was a bear. Once again, our long distance shooting this run has been excellent. We are getting ourselves more time to make a second move, and I'm happy with the decision to start doing that. You know, we could go completely off the rails and just go to Blackrock next. Get Blackrock done and out of the way. Let's see, I hadn't mentioned the other regions that we hadn't been to. I started to. We haven't been to Coastal Highway, we haven't been to Desolation Point, we have not been to Bleak, and we have not been to Blackrock. Other than that, we've visited, or at least passed through everywhere. We did not loot a whole bunch of stuff in any region that we were in, except for now. We did go all the way through HRV and made sure we looked at everything. And now we're going to do the same in Mountain Town, those being the first two full regions that we're trying to bring the ropes home from. And again, what we're kind of doing is, if we keep going to the ones that are far away and then bring the stuff back, I feel like that's the right way to go about doing this. Because it makes other weekends a little shorter later. The trips won't be so bad. Like, you know, hey, we got to go to Coastal Highway and check out for all the ropes and check out the POIs. Well, it's right next door. Even Desolation is only one region away. Same kind of goes here for Mountain Town. We're only one region away. Go through here and then we go back home. Like it's really pretty simple. Far territories, when the time comes, that's gonna, if we get there, because this is permadeath, remember, that's gonna be interesting. Because I don't think just bringing the ropes back after each different region is the right play. Although, maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like that's just gonna take us that much longer. All right. Even though we had to stop for an hour, we're making good time. We're not heavy. Just go ahead so you guys can see. Let's see anything spawned again back there. But in all likelihood, this is the last time we go this way through this tunnel in this run. There'll be no reason we can't get anywhere. So yeah, this has been kind of a bread and butter. Well, I guess we could, when we're in Mystery Lake, we could come in here if it's been a little while and check for coal. But again, we're not going to spend a shit ton of time in Mystery Lake either. Like, the whole idea is to get in and get out. We got to look everywhere, but that doesn't mean we got to hang out and stay. And there is a little coal here. Nice. Nice. But for the most part, we're jamming through this tonight. Like I said, I want to play something else. And I only get so much time. And we might even start a little bit early tomorrow. Because I'm doing a crock pot meal. Which means I can pretty much have that done. I may turn that on low and slow tonight. And then it'll be ready for whenever I want it to be ready for tomorrow. Do like a 12-hour cook in the crock pot. Just a pot roast, but actually we haven't had pot roast in a while. It cost me $40 fucking. Actually, it would have been more because I used 5 cans of new potatoes, so I had another $5 to that. So this would have been like a $45 meal for 3 people. But it will have leftovers, so it's not just that's what we get out of it, you know, like $17 a piece or whatever. We'll each get a couple of meals out of it. And that reduces it down to, what, 8 or 9? And to be honest with you, a Sunday meal around here, we try to do something hearty and nice, and it's going to give us leftovers, so we got a day or two to you know, eat on it. As we go along in the week. What I like to do with pot roast is after it sits, after it comes out and it cools down, I like to take the shredded, because I usually shred mine. I like to take the shredded beef, put it on bread, and then add some extra hot barbecue sauce. All right, let's see if we can not flub this up this time. I feel like we're already trying to by going down to the wrong spot. Get over to our little, yeah, there's this crack. No, it's not a crack on this one. Wait, no, we gotta go back that way, don't we? Come over here, and then we go this way. This is very likely to be the last time we do that. Well, no, we're gonna have to do it at least one more time because we probably won't make it up. Probably won't make it up the rope with all the ropes, as it were. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna sleep a couple hours because if I remember right, we did this last time and it got real close to us failing, and I don't like that. So let's hop in the little trusty cave here and let's just take a quick 2-hour nap. We got time. We seem to do this almost every time we come through here. We'll wake up, we'll eat, drink, and then we'll go climb that rope. And we'll be back in Mountain Town. All right, let's head out. Get up the rope and let's start doing our thing. They've given us just a nasty day for travel. Whoa. Whoa, what was that? Everything lagged. That wasn't just the game. Even the music cut out. What was that? That is a first for the new rig. Here comes the blizzard. We've got two choices here. And just just all of a sudden the wind picked up. And here's the blizzard. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and climb the rope. We're not gonna panic. We can pretty easily get down to the orca. And we can just hang out at the orca until it passes, which is probably going to be what we spend the night doing. And we're going to be fine. I think the biggest mistake people make is they panic as soon as the storm comes up. You should kind of look at this as assessing your situation. We had safety to turn back to. We could have turned back around with the cave. No issue, we're safe in there, but we just slept to get up this rope. And in this close proximity to being where we want to be, it's not a complete whiteout just yet. I think this is the right play. If we really needed to, we could also stop over here at this thing and start a fire in the potbelly, but I think we're going to be fine just getting down the hill. As long as we don't run into the moose, which we're not going to be able to see if he's up or not, I don't think. So we're just going to go around this, and then we'll head down. See, this is what I was talking about. That is just a poster that's hanging sideways. When we get down to the bottom of the hill, I mean, honestly, we could probably push on to something else. Because our situation isn't very dire. And I didn't show you guys where we were going to have to do the pictures from, but that's okay. We'll get there. We goated before I showed you. We've been through the orca many times already, but we didn't pick up a lot of the food items. Let's go in, let's just make one last look. We may pick up the food here just for shits and grins. Just to keep us from eating our meat. But we've been through all of this, so might as well take the flask, I guess. No sense in leaving it behind. Yeah, should be food and water in here. And maybe some sodas. We might have taken the sodas already. We might have taken the sodas, because sodas really are kind of a wonder food in this game. Just free calories, basically. We're gonna take that go as well, because we might need that. We really don't need any of this stuff, but it's here. Yeah, we just don't need any of it. All right, so yeah, there's no ropes here, obviously, so we can move on. Should we chance the weather here? Blizzard doesn't scare us at all. It does not scare me at all. Should probably come down here. Well, we'll do that later. Let's just stay on the path. Ptarmigan down here. That's interesting. I've been in Mountain Town so much, I just don't, unless I get disoriented in some way in an area that's not this, there's no way we're getting lost in Mountain Town. It would take a lot for us to get lost in Mountain Town. You see what I mean? We may or may not have been here, and it's hard to tell if we have. Really just don't need anything, even if we find it. I suppose we could take that real quick, though. Just to refill our thing. Oops. But this is our last chance to look at any of this, so we will be completely cut off from here. So many good things here. We can't be going crazy, man. Can't be going crazy. pretty lackluster loot in this house. Can always drop a little bit if we need to. We're not coming back through, so yeah, this is the time. Don't need a fire log. All right, off we go. It does feel weird to an extent doing it this way, but we have certainly been in here. But again, I think we were just coming in looking for clothes. Nice. Didn't expect that. Yeah, we came in here to look for clothing. These will all be searched. Yep. Don't need it. This is the beautiful thing. Moving with impunity, even during a blizzard. It's awesome. Really is. And a lot of these we just got to do a simple cursory check to make sure there's no rope sitting in here, which I can't imagine there would be, but and I don't think we're going to find a rope in any container. It's just over here. We might as well look. All right. Let's continue down Main Street here. Is there anything else we can get into? The answer looks like no. Maybe over here. No, it's certainly not there. That's all broken up. Is there any houses back here that we can get into? And it certainly looks like that answer is just one. I don't know if we've been in here or not. Not expecting to find a rope. Again, just oh no, we've been here. Okay, so certainly we've been here. Yeah. But we just didn't search everything. Wow, another cooking pot. Good God, man. So many cooking pots in Mountain Town. Jeez Louise. Off we go. Again, just cursory looks at everything. It's just looking for ropes, which we know there probably aren't any. If we're gonna find a rope, it will be more. I would think we would have already found it if we were gonna find one. I'll just put it that way. We know there's 4, and we can get all 4 of those, and we can start heading home. But again, we haven't been to Plane Crash. We got to go up there, and I'm going to take the long way around just so that we can confirm. Certainly, we've been in here. we can confirm that we're not going to find a loose rope anywhere. What's up, Ease? I was a little late tonight. Had real life responsibilities. So we're getting kind of a late start at this, but I think we're still fine. Like, I don't see this being an issue at all. We should be able to get this done tonight, and then tomorrow I think we can go do something else. I guess I kind of want to play something just to get my head right. Go play another game. This is all I've been playing for weeks now, and it's like, okay, I'd like to play something else every now and again. But that's up for debate what we play tomorrow. We've already been in there. There was none. We need to go in here and check this locker. Otherwise, we looked at everything in here too. Well, sort of, I guess, but there was a couple of lockers we couldn't get into. We're in Mountain Town. We are ready to grab these 4 ropes up when the time comes. There was nothing in that locker. We brought a fucking pry bar all the way back over here to search that locker, and there was nothing in the son of a bitch. Unbelievable. Oh, we haven't done the safe. Okay, well, let's do the safe. That's like 21, I think. Oh, come on. Here we go. Anything but, okay. Ooh, there we go. Nice. We picked up some extra ammo. We don't need these, but this is what we're wearing. Would have been a nice find had we needed them, but we don't need them. All right, why don't we head across the street to Gray Mother's and maybe sleep there tonight? Then we can look at that all in the morning. Hopefully the storm will have passed by then. Then I think we head up and around. We'll put a bullet in the bear. We'll let him run off. Hang on. You know what? Nah, you know, I don't care about the caches. I don't care. There's no ropes in them. We don't care about those. So why don't we go ahead and head upstairs? We'll get a nice bed sleep tonight. Be beautiful. This will be our last time in this run in Mountain Town. We will never be able to come back here. We'll never be able to go back to HRV once we're done working on things tonight. All right, let me assess our situation here. Go ahead and get rid of that. Then we'll probably eat a candy bar or something, because we picked up a bunch of this shit that we just don't need. And it's probably still there, isn't it? No, we got it all done. Okay. Whoops. I think that might be a little long. That's about right. All right, let's have a drink. Let's sleep as long as it'll let us, and then we'll keep exploring. Pardon me. It does sound like storm has passed, which I would have assumed it would have. Let's go ahead and drink up our sodas. We got so much water on us, like 8 liters. It's just, we don't need all that water. At some point, we'll be dropping some of that. We've been through this house with a fine-tooth comb, so I'm not concerned about finding a rope here. Most of the stuff we're going to find is things like that, and I just don't care. I feel like we're leaving behind a cooking skillet, but I kind of don't care. I kind of don't care. All right, let's see what else we can loot here in town, and then we'll head up. Neither of that, well, that house over there we can get into, so let's go do that. And then we'll go down the side street, and then we'll head up towards the, to where we would transition into the cache, the bridge, basically. We'll go around, and then we'll go up to Plane Crash. That probably means we are going to have to shoot the bear. Unless the bear is for some reason not spawned, which is possible. But let's look at the other house potentials first. Make sure we have looked through everything. We're going to go down to the farmstead here in a little while. All right, we cannot get in on anything on that side of the street, but this one we can. I don't know if we've been in here or not. I was halfway thinking we were going to find another cooking pot. I mean, there is a skillet, but I don't know why I'm searching. We just don't need anything. We're just delaying time. Don't need any foodstuffs. Don't need any water. Let's just take a quick look upstairs and we'll be good. We've been in here. There was some Long Johns. Yeah, no ropes. And again, I don't think we're really going to find a rope loose this particular time. We did at one point find one, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. So let's get moving up the way. See if we can make it to the bridge. We'll check the church. We'll check the trailer just to be, you know, super duper ooper sure. And then we move. I'd like to get back in enough time tonight. Since we're starting late, I don't know. And maybe how we pick up next week's episode. Where do you guys want to go next? Like, honestly. My first thought is to get Ash done, but we've looked a little bit at Ash, and I'd really like to go try to find whetstones and stuff, so I'm really leaning towards Desolation. Just to go somewhere I haven't been in a while. Like, in no game have I been to Desolation Point in forever. At that point, we could come back the next week and do Coastal Highway, and then maybe we could do Ash Canyon, and then we could do Timberwolf the next week. We're really working towards getting on the... Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, though. If we go and get the harder regions out of the way, like, we also have a shot at getting the cache. Remember, our cache is going to be in one of 3 places right now for the Hunter's pistol. We don't have the Hunter's pistol yet. It's either going to be in Bleak Inlet, it's going to be in Black Rock, or it's going to be in Ash Canyon. So maybe we go do Bleak Inlet next week. I don't know. I just want to go somewhere we haven't been so that we can find things that we need, i.e. things like whetstones, particularly whetstones. We don't care about the little cash stuff. None of that's going to make any difference at all. Yep, nothing here. All right, let's move on. And I think Desolation has a possibility of having a lot of those type of things. Wow, beautiful day. But it doesn't give us a possibility of finding the Hunter's Revolver. Honestly, we don't need it. This pistol's working just fine. We're shooting really well with this pistol, as a matter of fact. But if we keep going back to the regions that we've kind of looted through, you know, Timberwolf I wouldn't include in that because there's a lot of containers and stuff that we haven't seen in Timberwolf. We were very limited as to the places we went in Timberwolf. But I can't loot Timberwolf first and then go over and do Ash. I think we go Ash and then Timberwolf. If we go to Ash Canyon next weekend, that does give us a chance at the cache. We don't know what region it's going to be in. It's one of those three. There's no sense in being like, well, let's just go to all three regions real quick. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in too much of a hurry to find something we don't really need, which is the Hunter's Revolver. But then again, I'd like to find that ammo. You know, there'll be some good ammo in that cache. But if we save it for later, we won't be tempted to use it. We just keep kind of conserving like we've been doing. We're down to 135 rounds right now. We got 100 rounds in our box back home for the pistol. And I don't remember what we had for the rifle, but we haven't been carrying the rifle with us. Just one last look in here. And we're moving on. There's nothing here for us. All right, let's get up to the bridge. Let's get around the bridge. We'll just double check the cache location. We'll come down. We'll go to plane crash. We'll probably go ahead and grab the insulated flask because I feel like grabbing those. This is that loot goblin in me. I can't leave stuff like that behind. It hurts my brain. We've already got a flask on us right now for this region. The picture for this region is going to probably suck because of the circumstance. Oh, wait a minute. There's stuff over here, isn't there? There's stuff somewhere over this way. I think it's down there. I think it's up here someplace. Over where those birds are flying, probably. Yeah, you go through that little crack there. Okay, I remember. You never know. There could be a rope laying there. Maybe homeboy was a climber. I think you go through that crack. No, there's no crack there. It'd be a real travesty if we did all of this work that we're trying to do and we just didn't put in the little bit of extra effort needed to make sure that there wasn't a rope in a certain place. I don't remember how to get back there. here. Yep, no rope, but it's an area we hadn't looked at. Like an MRE. All right, we'll keep moving. Like I said, we're probably going to have to put a bullet in the bear, because I assume he's going to be up. We're not going to try to shoot him relentlessly with the pistol. That's a waste of ammo. Trying to be good and conservative. When we came through here last, we didn't have a pry bar, so we may check the trunks and stuff. Just to see what we might have found. And in all honesty, this is the last of the regions that we really already looked at pretty hard. Most other stuff we haven't really looked at much of anything in. Mystery Lake, we haven't really looted much of anything. Pleasant Valley, we have, but that's home. Like, that doesn't count. We spent a little bit of time here getting our initial gear set before we moved out to HRV and then back through here. So that's why a lot of the stuff was already looted. Now, we didn't get the cash thing. Yep, bear's up. So, let's be kind of careful here, but I want to look in the trunks. If we can. And we'll cheese the bear here. Be right around his cave area. Yeah, he's right there turning towards us now. Oh, okay. I was like, whoa, did he despawn? He was just right there. Here he comes. All right. And he's bleeding. Okay, we're just gonna cheese him out a little bit. Looks like the first shot didn't actually hit. I don't know how. It's a giant target, and we've been dead ass on aim. So yeah, we're gonna let him get just a little bit towards that tree, and then we're gonna step out and let him walk back towards us, and then we're just gonna keep walking him until he dies, basically. It might take us a couple hours. But he is certainly going to die. No, we hit him on the first shot, and I think we hit him again on the second. But he should turn right around. And the thing is to not be tempted here to shoot him again. That's how you do the proper cheese. As soon as he stands up, which he should any second. Not going to play too many games with him. We don't want our gear to take a hit. A bear attack at any point could potentially ruin one of our pieces of gear, and we don't want that. We have had one bear attack thus far. It was unavoidable. There was no chance we were getting out of it. It was in Ash Canyon. We came over a hill and he was just there. No warning, no nothing. He was just there, and he was on top of us before we could even react. Unlucky. But we survived. We did lose our toque to that attack. Want to make sure he's down, then we can explore pretty freely. We can go down that way and look around, and then we go back through there, and then we're out of here. It is terrifying seeing that thing just this close. Oh, he didn't stand up that time. He just started running. See, that's why you got to stay real close to the car. He didn't say, "I see you." He just started running. If we'd not been close enough, we'd have been mauled there. I'm very tempted to shoot him again, but I don't think it's going to do any good. A pistol round is not going to crit a bear very often. I feel like we could we could mag dump on him basically, and he's not going to go down. He might, but it's not a guarantee. I think in this particular instance, the cheese method is the best method. It may take a little while. But we're just walking him back and forth at this point. Aggro, de-aggro, aggro, de-aggro. Just letting him bleed out. It's a solid strat, Cotton. He should, yep. I gave it an extra half a second that time. Well, I mean, I did shoot him at least once in the face. I'm pretty sure you'd be angry too if you got shot in the face. I understand his disappointment and anger. Knowing we were going to have this fight, it was really tempting to bring the rifle with us, but that's just extra weight to carry home, and I don't see a reason for it. Oh, he was doing the bear cha-cha. This is that method I like to use with the tractors over in Pleasant Valley, depending on what bear spawn you're fighting. It's a good method. You can pretty easily take him down with one bullet if you're patient. Still bleeding. This seems cruel, but we don't have the firepower to put him down properly. I don't even have a bow on me at this point to attempt that, because we've never attempted that before. I've never tried to take a bear or a moose with a bow. I think I've shot a moose with a bow, but it was part of the experiment of moose versus flare gun, which in the annals of the kingdom did not turn out very well for that run. And it wasn't because the moose got us, although the moose should have got us. He stomped us twice. We should have been dead, but we weren't. It was the storms that ended up getting us. Dude like to do a cha-cha up there on the hill, doesn't he? There we go. Ta-da! That is how you cheese the bear in the long dark. At least in Mountain Town. Now we can move freely. One pistol round would have gotten us so many kilos of meat. right, my next question is how the hell I don't remember how to get down there. Was it back there? I think it was back down there. Let's just check over here just to be sure. We'll kind of go down that hill. We'll come back up the hill. And then we'll go through the cave. We'll check the cache. We'll go over to plane crash. Look around there. We'll do a flask. Should be there. We'll have to pick that up. And then we'll start. From there, we'll go down to the farmstead. And we'll start working on the ropes themselves. We got to go down the ropes first to get to that bottom. We want to look around at a couple of things down there, that truck and that little burnt out building. And then we want to come up, grab a rope, come up, grab a rope. And that's it. We're on our way out at that point. Mountain Town done. Oh, there's a fucking sign for it. Okay, whatever. Like I said, you can do that with the bear if you're patient enough. But being patient is very important. We don't have the key for this. I think that's probably about all that's down here, right? Dead body or something. We'll come down and look. Just to look. How upsetting would it be if we were, you know, like 71 ropes and somehow we missed something down here? That would be super upsetting in my opinion. All right, I don't think we're going to find anything here. We'll triple check the car. I mean, we're not going to find a rope. Then we'll get up, we'll go through the cave, we'll just pop down into the cache to make sure there was nothing we wanted to grab, which it was an unpopulated cache, and there's very, very light loot there to begin with. I'll take the arrow. If we keep getting arrows, that makes archery viable for a little bit anyway. But again, I'm stressing this isn't a normal run. That's not the point of this. The point of this is to go get some ropes. See, and that's the point. That's the point. But by looking everywhere, we can take a lot of that out of the equation, right? That's the whole idea. And honestly, I think there's certain areas of certain maps that we're never going to be able to get back to. You know, like once we get done with Timberwolf, we'll never be able to summit again. We could technically get to Gold Mine, I think. I think we can still get to Gold Mine. And we can still get to Timberwolf, but we just can't summit. We would have to go through Blackrock and then get into Timberwolf that way. We could never come in up by the cache in Ash Canyon, which I still got to figure out that, because I've never come in that way very often. From what I understand, it's the easiest way to find the cache from there, but it's more convoluted than I thought it was. But like I said, imagine getting 71 and we're like, damn. And maybe, look, at the end of the day, guys, I got to be honest with you, 72 is a big freaking number. Maybe we don't get there. Like, we all have to understand that's a possibility here. Maybe we don't get there. Now, oops. We know this cache isn't populated. I just want to pop in and we'll pop out. We'll head straight to plane crash from there. It's already a little past midday. Ideally, I'd like to make it down to the farmstead by nightfall. We'll sleep down there and get super ready to go down those ropes. And then we'll look around down in the bottom because we have not been down there at all yet. Again, I do not expect for us to find a rope down there, but it's possible. And so therefore we got to go look. Now that area we can get into again by coming the north side of Forlorn, but we wouldn't be able to get up into Mountain Town because the ropes would be gone. Yeah, we looked at all that. Okay. But even if we didn't go down there and look, we could still get back to that area and look. Doing challenges like this is, I think the ropes, the first time we did it, it really increased my map knowledge a ton. I mean, just an absolute metric ton. And honestly, I think doing the ropes, even though we'd kind of already turned the corner on the survival aspect of the game and stuff, it changed me fundamentally as a player. For the better. And I love things like this that are task-oriented. All right, like I said, we're just going to look here real quick, and then we're going to pop over to Plane Crash. I don't think we're going to find anything here. And that's a big no. Yeah. All right, so off we get. Let's go get the flask. I think we're going to find the flare gun case up there as well, because I don't remember finding it anywhere else here in this region. I don't think we'll find a rope, and that's okay. If we don't find a rope anywhere in this region, it's 13 total. We'll be on 13 until we do our next region. All right, we shouldn't have any trouble getting over to Plane Crash. Let's come up here and have a look around. Oh man, the weather's getting kind of shit again. Not as hazy as I would think a blizzard would need, but the wind is picking up for sure. And again, there won't be much of any of this that we need. But it's worth looking at. Yeah, we might grab that. It's just free calories to keep us out of the meat. Once we get back home with these ropes, we do have to cook that bear that we took. Because we are out of meat at home. So, and I would like to think about trying to take another big animal. Maybe I'll do that on just a quick weeknight stream. I know not everybody will be there for that, but it will be available for everybody to watch. And it wouldn't take very long just to go out in region and, you know, try to take a bear, or hopefully the moose comes back or something. Fearless goating. I do remember trying to go down there too, and that's a death wall, by the way. That's an absolute death wall. Devs do not want you to do that. I can already see the orange case, so I was right. That is up here. There's only certain places that it'll spawn. There is our thermos that we wanted to grab. Maybe. Okay. That's the really cool one. That's the Jackrabbit airline. Just have a peek in here. We're not going to stay. There's nothing here for us. Don't need it. I'll take the ammo, though. And honestly, it's not really worth searching everything, because we're here for one thing and one thing only. I guess we can look at this in case it's a stem. Yeah, we'll take the sewing kit. Fuck it. That gives us a little security. Don't need the water. All right. Yeah, we're gonna leave the case behind. We don't need it. We haven't been collecting again, we're not collecting necessarily this run. Anything other than ropes. And I guess now the insulated flasks. All right, let's see if we can get down to farmhouse. We'll sleep there for the night. We should probably stop for lunch, huh? Let's get some calories. Let's eat up a bunch of the dumb shit. We might lose a little condition to, well, let's do that. Seem to have lots of good things for calories. We still have all of our steaks. We haven't eaten a single one of our steaks. And we picked up a venison steak. So like we're gold. So we'll get back down to the farmstead or farmhouse. Farmstead, actually, it is farmstead. And we'll look around there just to make sure we didn't miss any ropes. Quite certain we didn't. However, this is all about checks and balances. And then we will endeavor to get down the 2 ropes. We'll go over to that building and look around. And then we'll probably rest in the truck. And we'll try to get back up the 2 ropes, grabbing those ropes as we come up. So that'll be our first 2 ropes out of Milton. Or, I'm sorry, Mountain Town. Technically Milton. Other than Pleasant Valley, I gotta say, I think Mountain Town is my favorite, my second favorite region. I know a lot of the higher level players don't care for it much, but it's such an easy region to learn in. There's tons of cover. They're like, I mean, there's POIs everywhere. It's not super spread out like, you know, Ash Canyon or HRV. Where HRV, really, there's only the one thing that's shelter, and that's the Signal Void bunker. Other than caves. Ash Canyon at least has some cover. You know, like they've got the fishing shack. They've got gold mine. There's the Foreman's area thing. I can't remember what the bottom part, but Foreman's retreats up there. There's another house or 2 you can get into there. There's the little house on the hill. Like there's places where you can hole up. And for us, it's going to be the fishing shack, even though it's a fucking potbelly. because it's just the most convenient to get all the ropes back to. We'll probably carry... We might end up doing ash next week because we really didn't look at much. Remember, if you remember, we went into ash and we got the woodworking tools, but we didn't search any of those houses or anything. And I think there's a good likelihood that we might find some whetstones and things like that we're going to need. I don't know why whetstones seem to be the one item in this game that just doesn't like spawning, but we're here. Let's check the cave for any potential coal. Take one last look at the tower, which we've already done. There have been storms, so yeah, the coal is back. Nice. Free fuel. It's usually a little more than that. Oh, here's another couple, yeah. We'll make ourselves extremely light before we go down the ropes so that we've got a good shot at getting back up in the same day. Remember, we do have a couple of stems on us now, and we've got at least one, if not two, Go energy drinks. So we really shouldn't have any trouble getting up the 2 ropes. The problem is going to come when we grab the first rope and then getting up that second rope climb because of the weight. That's going to be exacerbated immensely in Ash Canyon. There's a 3 rope climb that we're going to have to do. Actually, it's a, if we do it right, it's a down climb and 2 up climbs. But we'll have to go through Gold Mine to make that happen. The ropes of Timberwolf is going to go hard. I'm just telling you, it's going to go hard. All right, we're already getting a little bit late in the day because we kind of fucked with that bear for a couple hours. But that's kind of our one shining moment for the day. We killed a bear with 1 pistol round, technically. I thought it was going to take longer than it did, so I'm happy that it didn't. And for once, I was actually patient. We should check this house one more time. I know we've been in here, but we're going to check it one more time, and then we'll head down to the farm. And we have been in the house up on the hill, and there was nothing there either. That's basically every POI in Mountain Town. We don't need any food stuff. I'm fine. Leave that there for the next survivor that spawns in. Guys, we got a plushie. Oh my God, I didn't know you could pick those up. Oh my God. Oh my God, we can put a freaking plushie on the bear bed. We can put a bear on the bear bed. Holy shnikes. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. I love that for us. On our way out of region, we need to stop by the bus crash just to check it. We haven't been over there yet. And we'll come back the up way just to check that little path that's there. Look, there's some things you can't pick up. Like plates and shit, you can't pick them up. You can only destroy them. So I didn't think they were going to let me move a teddy bear around. That's cool as shit. That makes me happy. All right, so the big name of the game here is we're going to go into the farmstead and we're going to get light. We'll check around everything first before we go inside for the night, and then we're going to get our full maximum sleep. We'll go down the ropes in the morning. We'll walk right over to the burnt out place. We'll check there, and then we will start our reascent. Let's go over here and check these because we have not looked over here either. And I don't think there's usually much of anything here, but you got to rule it out. Yeah, nothing. Nothing. We'll just look through the barn one more time. We'll check those outbuildings and then behind the house. And then we'll go inside, drop a bunch of inventory, get ourselves real light. Be nice to take the jerry can with us, but we don't need to. There is a cured leather that we should probably take. We don't need any of the foodstuffs. Okay, yeah, no ropes. Let's just triple check these outbuildings, these little garage lean-to thingies, which we know there's nothing there because we've been through there. I also know there's nothing behind the house, but we're gonna look one more time. It's not worth grabbing. I'd like to grab that because we don't have one of those yet. We'll see if we can make it work. We don't have quality tools. We've got regular tools, but not quality tools. All right, let's figure this situation out here. Obviously, we've been here. Hold on to the food for the moment. We picked those up specifically for the leather. That little encounter we had. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. We're gonna keep all that. We can drop some of this. This is where we got to start dropping things. Wow, we're still just... most of this is food weight, I guess. This is our pretty normal kit. Yeah, it's the food that's kind of heavy. For S's and G's, let's just go ahead and put the steaks outside for now. That'll be our go-home food. We can eat this for the next couple of days. We got an MRE in there, for God's sake. It's fine. We're still just a little heavier than I'd like to be, but life goes on. Here's the next issue. You know what? We could. Why don't we just do this? Let's split the difference here. Let's go ahead and try to get down. I think we can maybe get down both ropes. Maybe. And then we can probably sleep in the truck. Down climbs aren't as bad. But that would give us full and you know, rest at the bottom of the ropes tomorrow morning. And we can come up, grab, and go. We got plenty of weight to give now to pick up 2 ropes. We're playing with fire just a little bit because we are tired, or we've only got a quarter of our tired bar. If we need to, there's a cave in between. We need to check in there anyway. We can just sleep in that cave. This is a pretty calculated move. We're not going to get stuck on a ledge or something. I guess that's a pretty long climb. And we're moving very slow. Down should be super easy regardless, man. It's not pulling all that much on our tired meter, but it is pulling a little bit. We can make this climb. We're not going to make the second one. That would be pushing our luck. So we can just duck in this cave, which we need to go look at anyhow. And we'll sleep here tonight, and then we'll get down the rope. We'll go check that area. We'll come back over, make sure we're rested. We'll get up this rope. You know the drill. Fully rested, we shouldn't have any trouble with a double rope climb. And there's just nothing here. I was hoping for something, but nothing gives. Completely safe for us to put our bedroll down here and get some rest. Let's pass 1 hour. Let's eat up some junk food. Oh, we should have dropped some water. That would have helped us a lot, actually. And let's sleep as long as it'll let us. All right, down we go. Let's have some breakfast, actually. Some salty ass crackers and a big old drink of water. We know the moose won't be down here, so that's nice. At least, well, we're gonna keep an eye because we've seen weird shit happen before. But we're officially into our last look at a spot, and then we're getting out of here. Mountain Town will be done. Like I said, I didn't think today was going to be all that long. We'll probably rest over at that truck before we head up. But we'll go over here, we'll look. If we don't see a rope, which we probably won't, then it's just time to go. little to no sense in hanging out here. We don't know any wolf spawns down here at this point, so let's be kind of careful about that. And the rest of this area down here is just oh god, I saw the horn. I was like, oh fuck, moose. We were already gone if that was the case. Not dead, but like stomped. But we have seen some shenanigans this run already with putting more than one moose in a region. Maybe it's just Ash Canyon that does that. I don't know. That's the second time in Ash Canyon specifically I've seen more than one moose. And again, we could have gotten to this area down here no problem by coming up through Forlorn and up this way and then come over to here and then back out. We wouldn't have been able to get back up because the ropes would obviously be gone, but it would have been possible. I don't expect to find a rope here. And it's really funny to me because the thing that started the ropes in the first place was that we found an extra rope in Mountain Town. And we ended up bringing it back over to Pleasant Valley. The very first rope was a loose rope that came from here. Okay, I'll take that because those are pretty rare. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. In case it's a stem. It's not. Back that way. Have I ever been back here? Is it just dead end? Yes. Okay. And that's what we got for tonight then. 4 ropes. I was hoping to find one, but it wasn't in the cards for this run. That's okay. That's totally okay. But we got a few things to check on, and then we're out of here, and we're heading home. We'll do that. We'll cook up a bear, maybe try to hunt, and then we're going to call it a day. Call it a week. We did good. Very directed. We didn't get on too many side quests other than the bear, but he had to be dealt with. We couldn't get around him as it stood. We had to put a bullet in him, wait for him to die. But that was only a, what, 5-minute side quest? See that buck coming in. I just want to shoot him in the face, but we don't need anything from it. We don't need any meat or anything right now. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. We're gonna try to get up this rope right now. We got to go check the truck first, and then we're going to try to get up the rope. And we'll probably sleep in the cave a little bit, and then we'll get up the second rope. But we have to pick up the first rope in the meantime. Let's come down here and check out the truck, just to be sure. And let's get on up and out. Let's get our first rope in Mountain Town in inventory. And then our second, not long behind it. That second climb's a real bitch, man. Like, we might have to stem that. We'll see. We're very early in the day here, so we can get a few hours rest and still get up that rope. Being the second one, I mean. there's nothing down here. All right, let's go. What are we? We're right at 2 hours in right now. I mean, hopefully we'll be home. Like, we might go till midnight tonight. That's 2.5 hours from now. And that should give us plenty of time to go try to take an animal, get that bear fully cooked, like all of that. Maybe even build up some more water supply. All right, up we go. Shouldn't have any trouble here. We'll grab this rope and then we're going to go into that cave and rest. Try to get our full condition back and then we can make this next climb. We're gonna need about 5 hours, and that puts us just a little past midday. That's perfectly okay. We should still be able to get to the cave bottom area by nightfall, I think. Choices are about to have to be made, by the way, because we're going to have to leave some things behind. We're not going to be able to travel like we want to. I hate that so much. All right, with full everything. Lighten up a little bit more. Let's just try to scamper up here with full energy. Should be able to do it in one go. We get this rope and we're on our way. Oh, what a difference your tired meter makes. If you plan accordingly, it's so easy. We just need to stop by the bus crash, and then we can leave. But we also need to go get inventory somewhat sorted here. We're going to be pretty heavy. We want the flasks. We want to bring the coal. We got to grab the teddy bear. It's our first plushie. He goes on the bear bed. We got to bring him. We can probably leave a lot of the other stuff behind. We got to pick up the steaks because that's our go-home food. We're going to do this in one trip. We're not going to split it up. We've still got to figure out where we're going to take the picture from, which I think there's only about one spot we can. And it's not going to look a lot like Mountain Town. It's not where I want to do the picture. It sucks, honestly. It really sucks that we have to do it the way we're going to have to do it. But life goes on. Threatening to blizzard again. We don't need the cloth. We don't need those other things either. Let's just take the teddy bear. They're not heavy. How heavy are we? Whew. Ah, pretty. We're pretty heavy. And it's just gonna get worse. Make sure we've looked through everything in here. More sepia film. Don't need it. Certainly don't need spray paint. Is that another fucking cooking pot? Oh my God, bros, there's 2 of them. What the fuck? Huh? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. We're gonna have to make 2 trips. It's just, we're gonna have to make 2 trips. I didn't want to, but we're gonna have to. You know how I am. I refuse to leave certain things behind. Those cooking pots will come in handy. Sort of. We don't need them really, but I've got an idea that may make them useful. But like, we're talking about adding 10 kilos from what we got right now. Let's try it. If we can move, we can do this. It'll be a long fucking walk home, but we can do this. How was there 2 more cooking pots? Mountain Town literally has like 8 cooking pots. There was 2 at Grey Mother's. No, I don't think so. No shot on that. No shot. Because there's many, many regions that don't have any. It's about to blizzard again on us. This is fine. We'll get up the hill. We'll find a house. We'll hide inside. Yeah, there's 0 chance that happens. Ordinarily, we could have cut through over there and got up towards where we wanted to go, but I think we're going to take the long way because of the weather. I don't know, though. If I had to guess, I would bet there's probably 30 cooking pots in the game. Maybe. Maybe. It could go higher than that. Hell, there was 2 at Grey Mother's. We found another couple loose ones there. There was at least 6 in this region. At least 6. If not more. Which is insane. There's always at least 2 in Mountain Town. Or I'm sorry, in Pleasant Valley. I know there's at least 1 or 2 in Coastal Highway. I would assume there's 1 or 2 in Desolation. There's got to be 1 at the Lighthouse. There's probably 1 at the Cannery. That's not the Cannery. Whatever it is. The whale harvesting area. The Cannery is in Bleak. I would imagine there's at least a couple in Bleak too. Because there are a couple of houses and stuff in there that's not part of the Cannery. I doubt there's any in Forlorn. There's at least 1 or 2 in Broken Railroad. Timberwolf probably has one. But then again, you could find a crate. Isn't there a crate that's got that kind of shit in it? I would think 30 would be a pretty high number. You realize how fast you could do a run to see how many cooking pots you could find? It would be a very quick run. Start somewhere like here, pick up good gear. I don't think there's going to be any in HRV. Well, I know there's one for sure at because we picked it up. It was at Airfield. I would assume there's at least one or two in Sundered. All right, the snow is not coming down sideways at this point, so I think we can continue to move on. Decisions are going to have to get made here. I don't know that we can get home with all 4 ropes with everything else we're carrying. We may have to make some tough choices. We might drop some of the coal, which hurts my feelings to say. We may have to drop the quality tools. We still got a bit of a walk to get down over here to to the bus crash. We're gonna go that way because we haven't looked there yet. Yeah, right back up there is where plane crash is at. It's like I could have made it down from there, but no, death wall. How dare we try to goat down from up there? I think it's right over there, but it's instant death. There's no coming back from that. And that's something we got to be really, really cognizant of going forward in this run too. I don't think it's as big a problem as it sounds, because I think we kind of know, if anybody's qualified to know something about the ropes, it's me. Because as far as I know, we're the only ones that ever done this, is the Kingdom. Nobody's ever else set out to see how many ropes are in the game, or how many ropes they can get back to a spot. Will it be disappointing if we don't get 72? Yeah. Because that tells me that it's RNG based. So there's no real answer to how many ropes are in the game. Let's go up here and look at bus crash, and then we'll come back that way and start heading back up towards the park office. I think the only thing along our path might be some birch or maple or something like that. We're not taking any of that stuff. We'll need to get down to that cave in between the 2 ropes, which we won't. As soon as we do this, coming up here, we're going to be done. We'll never be able to get back here again. It's over. Never again. Ooh, speaking, I know there's at least one cooking pot in ZOC. At the little camp thing, which is kind of where you have to main base for the most part. Because it's near to some wildlife, some deer. At least it used to be. Now that the wildlife refresh has happened, I don't know. Maybe they added a few more deer into ZOC. I don't understand how they don't become poison deer if the wolves got poisoned. But, you know, plot holes aside. We don't want to come up too much on the left here because just in case that moose is around. But sometimes there can be birch and or maple or something down here. And again, we're not all that interested. But this way will put us back over. There's a little truck we haven't looked at. We'll just peek in that. And then we're gone. We're out of here. Ropes secured. Almost. And I don't really want to be on any later than about midnight tonight. I'm going to try to get... the biggest struggle this week with going back to work isn't the work itself. It's the body scheduling stuff. Like, it only took me 2 weeks to get completely back out of rhythm. And so I've been going to bed at the right time most of the time. Didn't last night. Last night I was up super late, which is kind of why I felt like shit this morning. But it was Friday, and I can get away with that. But my body's still trying to wake up at the same time it was waking up for vacation, which was fairly early most of the time. I'm just gonna peek. All right, I didn't think so. This is fine. All right, up we get. We're gonna go over that way and then around. This will be our final goat at this particular goat location. After we grab this rope. I mean, this trip wasn't fruitless. We picked up another box of ammo just by going through and looking at everything. Pistol ammo, that is. We found at least one rifle cartridge. I think a couple, actually. Found a couple of loose pistol rounds. Remember, we had 26 when we left. Don't know if the moose is going to be behind that rock or not. We do not have the firepower to fight him, so it's fruitless. He won't bleed out. And it looks like he's not here to see us off, and that's totally fine. We'll triple, quadruple check in here, but we're done. We're done. Mountain Town is about to be in our rear view. I'm curious if we're going to be able to walk when we get this rope. That could be a problem. We'll step in here. Oh, it's our monitor. Oh, man. Oh, man. We don't need to search any of that. All right, let's make some tough choices here. First of all, because we're gonna be at 72 kilos, man. We're not gonna be able to walk. Let's those don't weigh much, but let's get rid of it so it's not in inventory. I think we might be able to eat the deer steak. Maybe make it all gone? Not quite. a big drink of water. And then we're going to have to make some tough calls here. We're only extra with one little balaclava because we don't have we might have a backup, but I would like that. We've got 5. We found 4 more cooking pots here in this region. That's insane. Just really not ready to part with any of that, man. That helps, but it ain't gonna help enough. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. We're gonna have to leave those. That's only 3/4 of. Oh my god. I suck at being good at inventory. I fully suck at it. We may have to make 2 trips. I wasn't planning on it, but as long as we get everything up that second rope, we can make 2 trips. It might actually be faster in the long run to make 2 trips. Possibly. Because we're just not gonna be able to walk. We're gonna be at 70 kilos. It's just not gonna happen. I hate to leave 12 pieces of coal behind, but what can you do? We've got a coal mine in our region. It's not that big a deal. All right. The final goat. This is where it all went wrong last time, too. Okay, that was decent. Of course we did. This goat has been a burr in my saddle every time we've done it, but we are now never having to do that again. Ladies and gentlemen, we can never, ever return to Milton in this save. Not without cheating. I can't stand that. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I just don't know what 5 more kilos is going to do to us. I just don't. Maybe we can do it in one trip. It's just going to be really slow. We got like 7 kilos worth of meat. We got like 5 or 6 kilos worth of water. I mean, that's a way that we could. I don't want to leave meat behind either, honestly. It's a pretty precious resource. Water I don't care as much about. Meat, different story. Every time you leave meat behind or something, that your value proposition on your ammo becomes lower. We'll probably have to go down from over that side a couple of times to get everything up. And then we've got to take our picture up there. That's the only place we can take the picture. So it's not going to be the really pretty picture of Milton that I was hoping it was going to be. There's no way to get the ropes there to do that. This is one of those weird regions where that's just the case. Let's go over by the rope and drop the ropes. That should immediately help us out a little bit. I mean, I suppose if we were actually stuck down here between the ropes, we could try to get down from here down to that bottom basin. But I feel like there's going to be death walls and stuff. And I feel like it's probably death anyway. We're obviously going to spend the night in the cave. We might try to get up that rope with an energy drink if we can get light. See what we can get up the rope, and because we don't like this is as heavy as we're going to be right now. It's going to take at least two goes up that rope. If we could do one right now with an energy drink, that would be good. Well, we want to be right on the verge of heavy starting up the rope. The energy drink will give us plenty of tired meter. We probably can't climb right now anyway because of an ankle, right? No. Okay. That goat has been the burr in my saddle just constantly at this point. I've fallen on that goat like every time. And I remember when I used to be able to do it, and I, for whatever reason, can't now. This is going to be tough. We got to drop 5 more kilos. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, that won't matter. We're going to take that energy drink. That's about all. Well, we could maybe pick up one more cooking pot. Let's see. Is that going to get us where we want to be with it? We got to drop a whole bunch of shit up here. Get just as absolutely light as we can. Carry the bare minimum back down with us, because that's 15 kilos. Well, it's 15 and 3, so 18 kilos down there just in what we dropped. Keep the MRE. That's what, 5 more. That's that. Look, that monitor's 4 kilos, by the way. We still got to drop more. We're not going to be light enough. Man, oh man, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? That should make us pretty close to light enough first thing in the morning. That's all we can do, though. That ain't much, but every little bit's gonna help. All right, let's get goated down. Let's go to the cave. We're gonna have to take that picture from over here somewhere. It's the only picture we can get. And I really wanted Milton in the background, but there's just no physical way to do that. We could have cheated and brought a rope with us. And taken a picture of 4 ropes in front of like Grey Mother's house or something, but that would be technical cheating. The picture is supposed to be those ropes from the region we are in. Well, we can deal with a fucking headache. Wow, we finally found the right way. On the last time, you mother. Wow. Wow. A hop. We're just gonna deal with this. Fuck it, we're going to bed anyway. We're about to go to bed. We'll be dead ass tired as soon as the energy drink wears off. That's very upsetting. That's okay though. Our clothes are just taking a bit of a beating with these goats. We made a good goat too, and then it's like, nope, we're still gonna fuck you on that. All right, well, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. No. Yep. All right. Jesus. All right, so the headache's about to go away, which means so is our energy level, so we can sleep 12 hours and be good. Wow, it didn't. Somehow we still have energy. That's not ideal. Let's pass 2 hours. Hopefully we get a good day. We can get the picture in. There's a blizzard. Well, we're gonna go sleep anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hopefully that passes. Eat a couple of calories there so we don't think it's a steak, and then let's start working on that MRE. Taking a big swig of water. Just lighten up as much as we can. We're not gonna have any trouble getting up this rope. It's just that we're gonna have trouble moving after we get this rope. And we got a lovely day, guys. Lovely day to drop some ropes and take a picture, don't you think? It's just not going to be the picture I had in my head. That's okay, though. If we can get home in one trip, I want to try to do that. That's just a lot of shit sitting there. Scamper up this rope for the final time. Honestly, this transition is one of the most annoying in the entire game. Because of the down climb, up climb situation, it just changes things so much. Well, there's no sense fucking with it. Let's... Wait, no. Hang on. We've got the ropes on us. I was like, where's the ropes? But that's right. We left them all and we put everything else down. We got to find a nice place for these. We're so limited on our options here as to what we can get a picture of. Oh, hang on. You can see the park in the background there. But that doesn't really give us a lot of... Yeah, you can kind of see that park thing in the background. Why don't we do that, I guess? All right. All right, this is the color film. You can see in the background a little bit of the little, what do they call that? The public shelter thing, the picnic shelter area thing. Let's get one of each. Black and white. Since our options are so limited, I'm not even going to bother doing anything else. We'll take the best one and put it on the wall. And let's change the film. And our sepia. All right, pick them up. Let's see if we can even walk. We're already heavy without picking up most of our stuff over here. We are in a little bit of, we're going to be in a little discomfort getting home. Actually, we've been worse. Honestly, we've been worse off. This isn't good, but I've seen us be way slower. Like, I'd like to do it in one trip. I don't want to have to come back here. Let's just get this over with and be done with Mountain Town. We may or may not have much time tonight to go out and hunt. We'll see. Remember, how heavy are we? We're at 65 kilos. We're 20 kilos overweight. We'd probably be pretty okay if we didn't grab that monitor. We need that for our streaming setup, though. Why do I role play? Why must I role play? I can't tell if we're into the wind here or if it's just we're that slow. Even without the monitor, we'd be at 61 kilos. Like, it's still very heavy. Once we get over this log, I'm thinking I might go grab a beer. Might have a couple of beers tonight. It's the weekend. I've been a good boy. I've also figured out the secret to not caring if I have beer or not. It's making sure I have beer. I don't have to drink it. As long as it's there, I don't have a problem just not doing it. It's when I don't have any in the fridge that I'm like, damn it. All right, for anybody now joining us, this is the Ropes of the Long Dark. I'm Jester IRL. We are currently trying to get as many climbing ropes from every region back to one central location, that being the community center in Thompson's Crossing, aka the Kingdom Center. We have already completed Far Branch with 2 ropes. We completed Hush River Valley with 7 ropes. And we are now bringing home 4 ropes from Mountain Town. We are very, very early in this. It is permadeath. We're playing on Voyager difficulty. So if anybody's like, why in the hell is he doing this, walking so slow? This is why. I'd like to get this done in one trip, because I still think walking slow one time is faster than walking regular a couple of times. But that's the only purpose for this run, is to gather as many ropes as we possibly can from each region. We're a little disappointed tonight because we were hoping to find a loose rope here in Mountain Town that we didn't find, that we have found in the past. But we are bringing home 4. That's going to bring our grand total to lucky number 13. For now. This is the other thing about walking slowly like this. Is I got plenty of time to get up and grab that drink. We will lighten up a little bit as we go. We've got food. Can we eat the rest of that MRE? Yeah, we should be able to eat the rest of that. I'm gonna go ahead and take a swig of water just for... Wow, you're kidding me. Wow. All right, well, next time we see the hunger bar go down even a little bit, we're gonna eat the rest of that MRE so we don't think it's an MRE in our inventory. That's one thing that really annoys me about this game is even though a steak might only have 50 calories on it, it still shows you a full steak and you'll count it as a full steak every time. And then you're like, you get into a situation where you're like, oh, I need food. And then you're like, oh shit, that's only got 50 calories. It's annoying. We are walking into the wind right now. So yes, we are slow. However, we are extra slow. Even though we got the 25% bonus with the feat that we used. I don't know, boys. I feel like maybe Fire Starting 3 would have been better than this one, but I'd rather have it. This particular feat's just so not tangible. You can't touch it, feel it, and see the result because they tell you you're moving 25% faster, but there's no way to know. And there's no way to scientifically test if it's actually 25% faster walking into the wind. You would have to have a very certain set of circumstances to even test that, and it'd have to be over multiple saves. At least a couple of different saves where maybe you spawn in Mountain Town and you say, okay, well, the wind is in our face, we're gonna walk for as long as we can, and then you'd have to wait for that situation to replicate itself and put everything on a stopwatch. That's the only way you could really test it. Dear God, we are slow. This cave is so far back here. But bear with us, we'll get there. We'll eventually get back to the farmhouse, or I'm sorry, community center. The Kingdom Center, as it is. In lovely Thompson's Crossing in Pleasant Valley. Crazy challenges like this are what gets me going. I love doing stuff like this. I also kind of want to talk to everybody. I'm starting to rethink my no light, no fire stance. I had the most fun ever gaming when I was learning and sharing stuff with No Man's Sky. However, I got burnt out on the game because the game quit adding things for the game and they started adding things for Light No Fire. And I feel like if I get Light No Fire and I play it, I'm going to be very disappointed because I've seen everything before because of the way they're doing their testing. But I also feel like that game's going to offer a lot of the things that I like to cover. And I've been looking for a game for a while that I can cover the way I like to cover games. I was most happy making content with No Man's Sky, and to an extent Conan Exiles. Dune was an extreme disappointment for me. There was just, the numbers didn't number in that game. It was extremely disappointing. So I'm thinking about it. I don't know yet. I was going back, I looked at some of my old stuff from No Man's Sky, and it hit me just how happy I was to report on it. And to go do those tests and do certain builds. Like, it really was just a good time, and it was fun. And then, you know, like anything else, you get irritated because there's just nothing to do with the game. And that's kind of where I ended up with that one in particular. FYI, this should be our last time through this tunnel and transition as well. We have no reason to come back here again. There's nothing for us on the other side. We could pop in, I guess, and maybe pick up a couple of pieces of coal if we were in a desperate situation. Or we could duck in and sleep if we had to. But I mean, Trapper's is right across the way. So like, it would be pointless. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm torn right now as to what I want to do for gaming. Like, I've got a lot of ideas. I've got some stuff that I want to do, IRL, food, that smoker I keep talking about. I'm just having a lot of trouble finding the barrel. As soon as I can find the barrel, I can make the smoker. It won't take long. There's some engineering things that'll have to be looked at, but, you know, that's not that big of a deal. And while we're kind of hanging out here walking slow, again, this is kind of the name of the series, is get these ropes home. We selected Pleasant Valley because I feel like it's about the most central location you can get, region-wise. There are some exceptions to that. It is not super close to like the far territories. But I feel like as far as maneuverability, it gives you a lot of options. I mean, you can go from Pleasant Valley, you can go to Black Rock, you can go to Coastal Highway, you can go to Timberwolf Mountain, and you can go to Mystery Lake, all from the same region. And that puts you pretty central to everything at that point. I'm sure some would say it's better to do Mystery Lake. And I would hear that argument. My counter argument would be that the quality of life is way better in Pleasant Valley because of the 6 burners. The best you're going to be able to do in Mystery Lake is 2 at any one location. That makes cooking meals for these expeditions, having good stockpiles of water, it makes it so much easier. All right, we can put that out now. Back to Mystery Lake, boys and girls. Feels like we just got started doing ropes. I can't believe we're already done and we can't ever go back to Mountain Town again. I can't believe we've done that already. For the longest time, we could go back to Mountain Town on my main save, but we weren't at that point really trying to do the ropes, you know? Like, it's just something that ended up happening after that save was super established. We did everything you could do on that save. We did all the tails. The only thing we didn't do would be Sutherland stuff, and we can't. We also can't go get the camera because we took all the ropes from Sundered Pass. We'll try to cut the distance a little bit. No bear? No bear. Okay. I'm wondering where the bear's spawning. The bear must be spawning as you go out that way towards Clear Cut. There's a bear down there in that little frozen lake. He's got a little den down there before you get to the next little cabin that's over that way. But usually there's multiple bears spawning in Mountain or Mystery Lake. So I don't know. I haven't seen one yet, Mystery Lake. Well, exactly. That's the point. I'm not saying that you can't survive. I'm just saying you get way more bang for your buck on a 6-burner than you're ever going to get on a 2. I feel like a compromise the game should make is either let us craft a 4-burner or put 4 burners in the game. That would make a lot more sense. You know, there's some regions you're not going to be able to cook inside other than in a cave. Think about Hush River Valley. The only cover you've got there is caves for the most part. But the convenience, especially on a run like this, of knowing, hey, I've got stockpiles of food and I can cook it very efficiently because right next to us is the Cinder Hills mine. And every 30 days or so, that mine gets full of coal and we just got to go grab it and bring it home. So we've got fuel to cook for free. Pleasant Valley is right next to Black Rock, so if we were gonna do reloads and stuff like that, it's the quickest trip we can make unless we wanted to main base in Black Rock, which I don't. Because I feel like Black Rock's fuel situation is pretty shit, honestly. But for efficiency purposes, that means we can make tons of water at once, like 12 liters of water at a time, every couple hours. We can knock out steaks at like 6 an hour, depending on the meat, maybe a little over an hour, but sometimes under an hour if it's wolf meat or deer. And you're just getting a lot more good value for your fuel. Certainly not saying it's impossible to do anywhere else. I think the 6-burners are a huge advantage. And I also think because the 6-burners are in PV, and I think PV is the most centrally located region, I think that makes it a no-brainer for me anyway. There's a lot of Pleasant Valley hate out there. A lot of people hate that region because of the weather. And I mean, look, I get it. I understand. But at the same time, the weather's manageable. It's a big, big region too. And there's lots of stuff there. We haven't even looted Plane Crash yet. We've been everywhere, I think, and looted almost everywhere. Not everywhere. We haven't been up to the cave. Was it the Misty Falls or Mystic Falls? Motherfucker. We're just getting douched with freaking sprains today. Just douched. Honestly, we're moving better than I thought we were going to. Let's eat that, because it's nothing. And we'll drink that. We ride. We'll get there. It ain't fast. We'll get there. I really thought we weren't going to be able to move. That we'd be so encumbered that we'd be, unable to actually step foot in front of other. As it turns out, we're actually moving a little bit quicker than I could have imagined, even though we're slow. We always knew we were going to be slow. That was never in doubt. I don't know. Maybe I take survival games a little too literally because if I'm thinking about pure survival, I want every advantage I could possibly have. And I feel like Pleasant Valley just offers so many advantages, and only really the one downside, and that's the frequency of blizzards. It does blizzard quite a bit in Pleasant Valley. The weather's not always so nice. But hey, some people may be it's gonna blizzard everywhere eventually. It's just that PV does seem to be more frequent. And I guess some people might be adverse to that. Again, I'm not telling them you're wrong. Everybody plays this game the way they play it. I think Zach Nafine said it once. If you're alive, you're playing fine. Like the only time you're not playing right is when you're dead. And I think a lot goes into that too. It's that split-second decision making. You know, like, hey, blizzard just came up. What do we do? You gotta kind of stop, assess, make a decision. Think about the other decisions that you have in front of you. Think about the risks, and then make your final decision. You know, we may end up in trouble getting back into PV. It may blizzard on us. It just blizzarded technically last night at this point, but that doesn't mean that it can't come back up. We've had that happen before where it blizzarded like 4 days in a row and it killed us. And that's because I didn't make a good decision. At one point, I did not make a good decision and it killed us. No, it killed me. Killed the run. And actually, it wasn't that I didn't make a good decision. I didn't even consider the decision that I could have made. I panicked. I wish I still had footage of that because it was just a comedy of the game going, yeah, we're gonna kill you. Like you got a way out of this, but you better figure it out because we're gonna keep throwing this shit at you until, and that being a blizzard. But it was also my fault because we were hurt. I went out and did moose versus flare gun back when you could still do that. And I couldn't kill the moose with the flare gun. It just wasn't working. He stomped us twice. And in my eyes, we should have been dead. We weren't, but we should have been. And then when the moose finally did go down, we ended up taking him. I think we took a couple of shots with arrows and then we took a rifle shot at him. Finally killed him. He was just outside of Pensive Pond was the spawn point. And we were at the fishing shack. And we went to start harvesting because we wanted the meat. And it blizzarded. It's okay. Because we had a stocked shack. And it was cold enough there that we had to start a fire. And that's fine, no big deal. A fairly long fire because the storm went on for a while. Storm went away. We were rested, warm, went back out to harvest. It blizzarded as soon as we started harvesting again. Okay, we went back to the fishing shack, started another fire, got rested. It did this 4 times. And the 4th time I ran out of fuel. I kept saying to myself, there's no way they're gonna throw another blizzard at us. And they did it 4 days in a row. All while trying to harvest 1 moose. And my fishing shack was just not fuel stocked up enough for that. That happens. Now there's a cave just down the way that I didn't think about that we could have walked to and been warm inside of, and we wouldn't have needed a fire. We could have lived through all of that. But I panicked and didn't make a decision until we were so cold and so tired that it was just over. There was no way we were getting anywhere. to always assess. Anytime something happens, assess, look at your options, make the best decision available to you. I guarantee you I'll never forget that cave exists now. And it wasn't until I was pretty upset, and I don't know why I was upset that we died, because we were doing dumb things on that save. It's just to do them. Moose versus flare gun had no purpose at all. But I didn't play for, I think, a month at that point because I was so disappointed that the game went to that level to kill me. And as it turns out, I could have lived. I could have lived. I was mad. But then I became even more mad that I didn't assess my situation and think about things. I panicked. And I think for a lot of new players, that's going to happen regardless. Because until map knowledge really gets to a high level, or at least a reasonable level, you're kind of at the mercy of the weather. And yes, for anybody just joining, we are currently carrying 4 ropes from Mountain Town home, as well as a 4-kilo monitor, as well as 5 cooking pots, 7 steaks, 5 or 6 liters of water. Like, we got a lot of shit on us right now. So we're moving slow, but we're moving. Why don't we go ahead and eat? Every little bit helps, right? The thing about walking heavy is you've got to be ready to put it all down. You've got to be ready to just drop it all and get to safety. But walking heavy also requires some calculated risks, which is what we're kind of showing the example of here. This is all pretty calculated. We just had a blizzard last night. We could have made 2 trips. I'm trying to avoid that because it's just back and forth shit that I hate doing unless we have to. And if we would have had to, I would have done it, but we don't have to at this point. We can walk slow. But while we're walking slow, we're assessing. We're keeping an eye on the weather. We're watching our food and water. You know, we're about 4 liters of water right now, which we've still got a ways to walk before we get home because of how slow we are. So we want to watch that pretty carefully. We could lighten up and run home, run back to here. Like, we could drop ropes right here if we wanted to. And run home, drop all this other bull crap off, run back, grab the ropes, go back home. But sometimes you just gotta bite your lip and go with it, man. Like, make your call, which is what we're doing here. We're just gonna walk heavy. This game is 90% risk management. And I'd say maybe 2% luck. And I think the rest of it is probably in planning. Like, yeah, would it be 8%? Maybe. In strategy. Maybe not planning is the wrong word. Strategy. But I guess strategy and risk management all kind of go together too, so. And I guess you could further break down the risk management 90% because that could be, hey, weather, it could be wildlife, it could be terrain. I mean, it could be a lot of things. Right now, yes, it's foggy. But we're following the train tracks basically to get us back over to the dam, to get us back down to Winding River to where we can get home. And even though it's slow, every step puts us 1 step closer. And no, that's not meant to sound like a Linkin Park song, but I guess it kind of did. We're also bringing home a teddy bear. I'm happy about that. Bringing home a plushie. And some pictures and a clock that was another kilo. Like it's... Ideally, I wanted to stop by camp office and pick up some things. I think there's a wolf right up here. We're going to have to deal with him. We're too slow to do anything about it, except for shoot him in the face. He should smell us any second. I want to try to stay on this level ground as much as possible and not give him too many ways that he can bob and weave on us. But we're gonna basically, as quickly as we can, get head on to him. A nice flat area is where you kind of want to take a predator down, like a wolf, particularly a wolf. With a moose or a bear, it might be better to do like an elevated position. Oh, I got him. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Holy crap. That's the first time that's ever happened. Thank you, caller. What's up? I appreciate it, man. I just enjoy doing stupid crap like this. And there's no point to this. It's just to see if we can do it. And I often wonder if there's too many long gaps. Like, it's so hard to just keep talking sometimes. And make it make sense where you're not just doing stupid things. Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. But yeah, we're just walking slow, man. We're doing it. We got 4 ropes and a bunch of other stuff on us. But in the end, Mountain Town is now done. Hush River Valley is now done. And we did take the 2 ropes from the far branch. Because they were just they were going to be in our way. And I didn't want the extra 2 ropes later when we start doing the far territories. That's assuming we get there. Again, this is permadeath. Like, it could all end at any time. I think we're probably okay. Our gear is pretty good. We need to repair it when we get home. We had a couple of falls. So it's probably taking a little bit of damage. But for this run, we made the call to just do found clothing because it's cloth and leather for repair versus needing animal skins and stuff like that. Actually, it's funny you say that because tomorrow, if we get everything done on here tonight, I want to stream something else tomorrow, and I was considering going in to No Man's Sky and building a farewell base, if you will, something for the community. I mentioned this earlier tonight. I was rewatching some of my No Man's Sky stuff, and I don't know if I've ever been. At the time, okay, let me put it this way. At the time, I would post a video and I'd be like, oh my gosh, this is just cringy. Like, it's terrible. But somehow most of my stuff has aged really well. Like, none of the mechanics that I covered have really changed. So the videos hold up for the most part. And I was a little hard on myself, I think, because even though some things could have been worded better, I don't feel like I did a bad job with it at all. And I found that it showed when I was happy doing this stuff, that it really showed the enthusiasm in the voice. So I'm reconsidering my stance on not playing Light No Fire. I'm reconsidering. Of course, we don't even know when that game's coming out. We don't have an absolute date yet, so I have no idea. It could be, certainly they're not going to drop it this year. It doesn't look like it's going to be next year either. But I've been looking for a game like that where I can go in and test stuff and share and really get back to what got me going in gaming for YouTube in the first place. Was sharing my findings on things and setting up tests and helping people not waste their own time. It's one thing for me to waste my time and cover something, but not everybody's got 8, 10, 12 hours a day to play a game or something. And maybe you got 2, and maybe you want to make the most of that 2 hours. And that was how I always tried to set up my content. And I was happy doing it. It wasn't until very late where they started adding stuff that just didn't need to be added for No Man's Sky that I started getting irritated with it. And then I got even more irritated with the community because they didn't want to hear what I was saying. They just kept telling me I was a troll, and No Man's Sky is the greatest game ever made. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's a good game, and I'd never tell anybody not to buy it. It's a very good game. You absolutely get your money's worth out of that game. It's just that long-term play, there gets a finite point where you really don't have anything to do. And instead of adding really cool stuff, they've added Pokemon and that kind of thing. And it's like, if I wanted to play that kind of game, I'd just go play Pokemon, or I'd go play Pal World. But I did see on X where I guess Sean Murray and Bucky from Pal World are getting all buddy-buddy, and there might be some kind of crossover at some point. I don't know. Lord knows it probably won't be appropriate for No Man's Sky. Or not necessary for No Man's Sky. I could see maybe adding some type of No Man's Sky thing to Pal World, perhaps. That'd be kind of cool. And I do own Pal World. I played it. Early access. Man, I kind of want to make a video on early access. I think it's going to get me in trouble, though. Because I'm just not a fan of early access. I'm just not. And I'm already going to have to break my rule when it comes to BlackRock for Long Dark 2. Because that's going to be released in early access next year sometime. At least that's where it's scheduled. We've all seen how Hinterland will delay. So it's quite possible that Black Frost gets pushed to 2028. But they're planning to release an early access, and it's like, okay, well, how early is the early access? Is it like Subnautica 2, where it's barely playable? There's almost nothing there. It's super bare bones. And it's going to take them 3 years to develop that game fully. Give or take, because that's what it took them for Below Zero, was about 3 years. And that game's not even half the size of the original Subnautica. But I'm not saying early access. I think it's got its place. Some developers have done it right. In that games with Sons of the Forest, they took 1 year. They released it early access. They had a clear roadmap. They hit all their goals. 1.0 came right at almost exactly 1 year after early access dropped. For me, it wasn't fast enough because I burned myself out on playing what was there, and I just never have been back. So I've never fully beaten 1.0 in Sons of the Forest. Might be worth looking into someday. I don't know. Again, I own the game. But I spent about a month playing it pretty solid. And because there was nothing more to do, I got bored. And then they came out with something. I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. I might go in. And then I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. I'd have to start all the way back over. And then I'm going to hit another wall until they hit the next milestone. I don't know. Early access for gaming, maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm just old. Maybe I liked the time when you bought a cartridge or you bought a disc and you could just play the game and it didn't require DLC and massive updates, and like they had one shot to send this and get it right, and they always did. And now we've just become totally numb to the fact that it's like, okay, well, they put it out, but they're like, well, give them time to cook. Dune is a great example of where they put the game out to 1.0 and it just wasn't ready for 1.0. Their systems were not good. They hadn't even figured out how they wanted to handle the PvP stuff at that point. Like it was just not great. And the game suffered because of it. And now they've made all the changes that the gamers wanted, and nobody's coming back because they pissed everybody off. So maybe that game needed to be an early access game with a roadmap that said, hey, this is what we're planning to do. It all depends on the developer, though. Later, caller. Thank you so much. If you do happen to check back in, I'll probably still be making this walk. We're not going very fast. Yeah, I don't know. I desperately want another game I can sink my teeth into. I really do. And Light No Fire, it might be the one. I'm very comfortable with those mechanics. There's going to be a lot of math and stuff that I enjoy doing that's going to be in that game. Lots of things to test that I can cover without being like a lot of the other people that I don't care for their coverage of No Man's Sky. You know, where I'm actually putting in work and doing stuff for the betterment of the community. And my problem with that is that, again, the community can be a real double-edged sword. It really, really can. Ooh, shit. We need to get through here quickly. We may sleep at the cave. We may just sleep at the cave there in Winding River. Because I don't really want to sleep at the dam. I don't know where all the live wires are at, so we wouldn't want to just accidentally sleep on a live wire and it go Aurora and we die. So maybe we try to get through here and get down to that cave where it's nice and safe. But again, we're getting closer. I'm sure it's a hard watch, but we're getting closer. Wow, that's so super cool. That's my first ever super chat. Thank you again. Whether you're here or not, thank you. You're too generous. Really wish we could take the security camera. And we just can't. All right, we gotta hustle. We gotta hustle. It'd be so cool to be able to put the security camera up. We could make it look like the security camera was our webcam or something, but we can't grab it. That sucks so bad. Yeah. Well, I guess we could sleep in the middle here, but it's still, we got enough daylight where I think we could get down the mountain, down the side of the hill there by the dam and get over to that cave. We'll just sleep there tonight. And then we'll just keep waddling home. We got enough food and water for another day or two out if we needed it. But with this much daylight left, I think it's appropriate to continue to move. Probably don't need the lantern out right now, but this is fine. Oh, come on. Ugh. Really pushing the limit of walking heavy this time. If it was just the 4 ropes, it wouldn't be that bad, but we've got a lot of extra stuff this time that we probably won't be needing from any other regions. Like, what we're trying to do is just gather up the stuff that we know we need. Which in, you know, this case was that monitor. I wanted the teddy bear. Of course, it was only a 1/4 kilo, so like, who cares? Actually, give me 1 sec. It was cerveza time. All right, we can keep walking now. Yeah, let's get our behind over to the cave. We'll sleep there tonight, and we'll continue our trip in the morning. We've traveled all day. We went up a rope. We slept in a cave. We went up a rope. We took pictures. We grabbed everything. We've been walking ever since. And this has all just been one day. One game day, anyway. And needless to say, walking this heavy, we are gonna get tired. So we're not upset that we're tired. It's just that we have to accept that we are tired. Go ahead and eat and drink and see if we can't lighten the load even a little bit more. That should put us to about 4 liters of water. A little under, probably. Yeah, a little under. It feels a little faster. It really just doesn't matter. Honestly, it just doesn't matter that because we're exhausted. So regardless if we lighten the load, we're still going to be walking fairly slow. This will also be a small problem if we have to aim and shoot at the wolf down here at the bottom of the dam, but whatever. We've only taken like 3 shots tonight. We've hit everything. I guess we did put 2 bullets at the bear. My apologies. We put 2 bullets at the bear, and then we cheesed him so that he died. The goal wasn't to kill the bear for meat or hide or guts or anything. It was simply to get him out of the way. What just happened there? What was that? What is happening tonight? That felt more like a game stutter. The first one was a computer stutter, which really startles me because I just gave good money for this PC. That had something to do with the transition from light to dark, or the weather transitioning to more clear. I don't know what that was, but that was weird. I'm gonna have to look all that up in the footage. There's our wolf friend. He's gonna smell us, so we're gonna have to put one in him. But depending on where we go next week, we may or may not see him again for a while, so. HRV's not a bad option. Oh, and there is gonna be an aurora. I can hear it already. Wow, I'm glad we got out of the dam. If he's gonna come get us, I'd like for him to come get us before it goes full aurora. I heard the little music, the Aurora music, real lightly. What is he even doing? Oh, there he comes. Okay. I don't know that we hit him. We're not going to stick around to find out. Yeah, that's going to be an Aurora tonight. He's still running. He might be hit. Hard to say. I don't have time to go over and check, see if there's blood splatter or not. We're super tired. We're already losing a little condition. It's not bad, but, you know. I certainly hear the Aurora music. That was a real early clue. You don't usually get them that early. We're almost at our destination for the night, though. He ain't running no more. I don't think we hit him. He's just over there. All right, doesn't matter. Don't care. Oh, sorry, the pop filter came loose. I hate this pop filter so much. All right, cave is right over here. We're going to sleep there tonight. We haven't been in there yet either this run. We haven't needed to. We found the rifle at one of the other 3 spawns. It would be good to get the rifle out again, though, and go hunting. If we can get home. It's already 11 o'clock, man. Good Lord. This walk home has been so long. We're doing it. We're getting there, though. We still got to walk half a region after we get through the transition cave. Which I suppose we could sleep in there and just keep getting closer. Since we got an Aurora, it's lit. Why don't we just do that? We're not taking any meaningful durability hit on our health bar at all. So like a little bit, but it's not meaningful. Nothing we're not going to recover in our sleep. We're still going to be about this slow when we get up in the morning anyway. I'm beginning to get a little worried about food. We've got 3 steaks, but we're going to have to eat one before bed, and we'll probably have to eat one not too long after we get up. Meaning if we end up in any kind of situation with weather or whatever, we might have a problem. Yeah, we'll try to make the transition cave, and we'll sleep maybe in the middle of the transition cave. We'll be a little quicker in the morning, but not by a lot. Because our tired meter will be full. But other than that, yeah, it's just slow going, boys. Slow going. Just wait till we have to do this across all the regions from the far territories. Insane, right? Probably pretty insane. I'm beginning to think that we might also do the tails. That way we unlock everything, including the little room in the cabin there at Sundered. This will put us a couple hours into daylight in the morning. Hopefully it's not storming. That could be a big deal if it is. We may have to abandon some weight and come back and get it if that's the case, because we're going to run low on food and water. You know, so funny. This is going to sound weird. I don't even know how super chats work, man. I don't even know how they work. I turned them on, but I made sure that we didn't have ads turned on. So hopefully nobody that comes into a live stream, and only the live stream, will ever see an ad, regardless if you have premium or not. I would like to know if you do, though. You should not, because it is non-monetized. Now, if you're watching a VOD, those are monetized. You'll get ads. But I've turned off all monetization other than Super Chat for the streams. It's not about money. And thank you very much. And I won't tell you no, but you don't ever have to do that. This is here for everybody to watch. I feel like if we get enough people together in the end, once we start getting towards the very end of this, if we get some hype going, maybe the streams can be a bigger place, and we can, or the videos will be a bigger place, and people will be more interested to see the finales and the later stages of this run to see if we get it. Because I feel like that's kind of what the Long Dark community is all about. I'm not as talented as, say, Athenan or Zycnophane or a lot of people, and I'm not as deep into the game as like Toasty Bits or Stars with lore stuff. But I feel like I've carved out my own little area of this game a little bit, trying to help new folks and doing dumb crap like this, because to me it's worth all of it. It gives me something to do on the weekends. It's going to take us ages to get this done. Months to get this done. Oh, nice touch. You see the aurora in the cave too. That is a really cool touch. All right, why don't we just go ahead and try to sleep here? Can I? I can. Okay. Okay. Let's eat, drink, sleep 12, and get moving. We're starting to run low on supplies. This will put us mid-morning. You can already see we're moving faster now, like just because we're rested, and we can further that by drinking water. Yeah, I want to make this clear. I do YouTube and I do streams because I find it fun. And it's never been about the money. Is it nice being a monetized YouTube channel? Yes. Am I going to have to continue to work at it now? Yes. I'm going to have to get ongoing views in order to stay monetized. Even if I wasn't monetized, I would still probably make content. Like, honestly. Because I just enjoy the formatting of videos and the ideas and the creativity that goes on behind it. So yes, I probably still would make content, regardless if there was any money at all. And on average, I think I make about $400 a year on YouTube right now. Just through the AdSense. I don't take sponsorships. I don't know. You might hear me in a video say, hey, please subscribe, because it helps. And it does, because it helps YouTube say, hey, people are interested. And when I was on Twitch, there was the time where it's like, look, if you've got Prime, if you don't spend it with me, spend it somewhere. Because you get a free subscription to Twitch if you have Amazon Prime. But other than that, I've never, ever asked. And I won't. I'm not going to. Love of the game comes to mind. At least the term love of the game comes to mind. We're moving at a decent clip right now. I'm feeling pretty solid. And we got at least a couple more pieces of coal here. That's nice. I still can't believe we had to leave a dozen pieces behind, but decisions had to be made, man. Sacrifices had to be made. But we're moving at a reasonable clip right now. Faster than we were when we started. And that's because we've lightened up from water and meat weight. But we want to get home because it's time. We need to get home. I'd like to cook that bear. I would like to potentially go look for a moose, and if not, look for another bear so we have backup meat ready to cook for when that time comes. Not real interested in deer and wolf and that kind of thing. I'm really more interested in the big calorie meats. And of course, that'll help our cooking skill. I don't think we're going to make cooking 5 in this run. I don't think we're going to make fire starting 5 in this run. I think we'll make revolver 5. You know, we might make rifle 5. All right, stormy day. Ish. Let's just get walking down that hill. That's not a copyright infringement on Kate Bush, I swear. She was running up the hill. We're trying to walk down the hill. It's coming in sideways. This worries me a little bit. Because it's getting harder now, and it's getting more sideways. We're going to be out of options for places to duck into once we cross the bridge. There's a cave right over there that we could jump into. But if we go down that road, we're committed. This is almost identical situation to when we came back from Hush River Valley, where we had 4 ropes on us and the weather was doing exactly this. And we decided to go the long way and come down the road and get home that way. It turned out we didn't need to do that time. But I'm starting to see it's hard to tell, man. Like on the horizon, I feel like it's starting to get a little hazier, and that usually is an indication. That is definitely... Well, now it seems to be slowing down. And it is slowing down. So we're going to go ahead and go down the road. Let's try to make the most direct path. Again, this is assessment, right? Like, you got to assess your situation. If the wind dies, it's not going to be a blizzard. When the wind picks up, very much so can be a blizzard. For whatever reason, I doubt the moose will be back up here in PV. There should be a couple of bears that are up. Moose would be a good hit because we could use that meat. Moose is just a little bit bigger usually than the bear, but I mean, look, bear can be pretty big. But the variance in the bear is much more as well. It can also be very small comparatively. You know, it's not like a buck where it's like 12 kilos. It'll usually be like a bear would be what, 25 to 38 or so. And a moose can even be over 40, but typically it's not below like 35 or so-ish. Wolf in the way. We're gonna have to fire another round. No getting around it. Man, I really wanted him on a better plane, but he's gonna come up over that hill and it's gonna make it more difficult. The way the mechanic works, when he comes up over that hill, it gives him options, and we kind of would like him on a flat surface. We've shot this wolf, like, I don't know, 8 times now, and he's already respawned every time. Here he comes. He'll smell us, for sure. Well, maybe not, because the wind's kind of coming in our face looking this way. He may not smell us. We may be okay here. If we hear a woof, then we deal with it, but we're going to try to avoid it. Okay, we heard the woof. This is not ideal. Somehow we missed 3 shots. You see what I mean? As soon as he comes up over that berm, he was doing all kinds of funky shit. And we ended up missing him 3 times apparently. The wind has picked back up again. He has reset already, so if he walks this way, he may smell us. That was not a position we wanted to take that fight in, honestly. We would have liked to have had that, whether he was elevated or we were elevated. He came up over that berm, and he went batshit crazy going sideways. On a flat area, he won't do that. He'll come straight at you. And that was just a waste of 3 rounds. Although I can say with the respawn rate of these wolves, yeah, it's not that big a deal. I don't know how we missed him 3 times. I'm gonna have to look at that footage. One sec. Okay. I just realized I could do that. Show some appreciation. Still got a little ways to walk here, but we're getting there. The wolf by the house should be down. We're not concerned about bullets. We got plenty of bullets. really want to go to a region next that we can gather more things. I feel like we've done really well this run that we didn't do well last run, and that's being conservative with our ammo. We just didn't do it. One moment. It was kind of interesting too. I almost wanted to watch the Chiefs game tonight, but I didn't. It's just preseason. There might be a night this week where I come on just for a couple hours and we do a fantasy draft. I kind of want to play fantasy football again this year. I'm not going to be very good at it, but it's fun to have something kind of rooting interest, watching how the league goes, that kind of thing. I think most fantasy football leagues peak at the draft. All right, finally getting over this thing, and the community center is right over there. We're almost home, boys. The ropes of Mountain Town are almost conquered. I don't know if we're going to beat 72. I just color me skeptical. We'll see. We'll see. I remember a time when I said, and I think it was Patea that was in here with me, said, I don't think we can get to 70. And it just kept adding up. All of them just kept adding up. But I will say this as well. I had a very short conversation with Zach Nafine, and he was on board for this. He was like, it's a cool idea. He's like, that's a pretty cool idea. Okay, cool. I think a lot of, we're walking in the wind now. I think a lot of this, the streaming, the videos, content creation, whatever you want to call it, revolves around just having a solid idea to begin with. And then you got to follow through. Louis Rossman once said, if you're going to be the bitch, be the whole bitch. And I don't think that was derogatory. I think it was, it should stand for a lot of different things. Louis Rossman's a YouTuber, by the way. I don't recommend him because he's not for everybody. He's just not for everybody. He's usually very common sense, though, which I like. Advocates for consumers and yeah. But he's not for everybody. Then again, nobody's for everybody. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Dear Lord, sweet baby Jesus, we're almost there. I can see the bridge. I can see the bridge. I can see the Canadian flag outside of the gas station. Well, the station. Whatever they call that. We're almost back. We almost did it. So for the future, We're gonna have to remember that 20 kilos is extraordinarily heavy. Like it's just gonna take time. So we need to plan accordingly. Could we have dropped a bunch of water, dropped all the food, and got here a lot quicker? Sure. But we wouldn't have had security in doing that. We wouldn't have had backup plan to weather. We wouldn't have had backup plan to just things that are outside of our control. The game does what the game wants to do. And sometimes that benefits us, and sometimes it don't. That wolf is back. Are you kidding me? We stabbed him in the face. How is he back? Or is that a different wolf? I don't like where this is going. He's going to get over that berm. We don't have much time to shoot him. All right, we got him that time. Run off and perish, you annoyance. Home! Yay! We brought back so much unnecessary shit this time that we won't have to do again. Like, we don't have to do the second monitor. Our streaming setup's now going to be done. You know, the teddy bear, we don't have to bring another one of those home. Unless we literally want to do a run where it's like, okay, how many teddy bears are in the long dark? That's stupid, but it's funny. All right, nothing to drop outside. It feels like it took forever. It was like an hour. Over an hour of walking. What the? It's doing weird shit again. Here's what we're gonna do for the moment. We're gonna drop those out here. We're gonna go drop the ropes. We're gonna go. Oh, that immediately makes us better. All right, let's look at everything here. That goes in there. We did have one. That's fine though. That's fine. Hats and gloves. We should probably start to back up some gloves too. Gloves can get eaten pretty quick if you get a mold or something like that. Like it can just happen. No. No. Oh, come on. Storage has got to be better than this. There's hardly anything in here. No, I can't put him on the bed. Oh, come on, Hinterland. Oh, come on. I'm mad. I'm actually big mad about that. That's... No. No. Right, hang on. Let's move this out of the way. Let's get our dual monitor setup working. Oh, that looks so cool. I love it. That looks so cool. How much can I do in here? Not a lot. But we can do that. All right. What does that put our weight to? 28. Yep, we're pretty light. Nice. All right, so we should probably do the cook and get the bear meat because we're running low on meat. We've only got a couple more steaks out here. Matter of fact, we'll put the moose in inventory. Oh, come on. This was the whole reason I put that there. Hang on. Let me see if I can do something here. Escape. We're just doing a thing here real quick. Bear with me. Trust me. Trust the process. We're gonna have to pick up all that fat and move it somewhere else too. Trust the process, guys. It's gonna work. Glorious. All right. Wait, where are the rest of them? Did we not drop them? We didn't drop them. Oh no, we picked 2 up. That's right. Never mind. I'm stupid. All right, so now we got some outdoor cooking options, and also a place where we can, if once we move this, we can start to wrap fires around, and then every 3 or 4 fires we go back inside, and we can start to work on our cooking, or not our cooking level, our fire starting level, to where we get to at least 3, so we don't need tender. I think that's a pretty solid thing to do. We're not going to go out hunting today. It's 2 full goes. 3 full goes if we do 4, and then we cook 4 liters of water at a time, which we could do. We need to cook, so we're going to do that. We'll do a couple of the cooking pots with water, and we'll do 4 with steaks. We just started 3 in a row, and even at 60%, I mean that's pretty solid. I have to remind myself to go pick up more sticks, though. Okay. I don't have any fucking tender now. Really? Ugh. This is why I want to not have to have Tinder. Wow, it's such a weird feeling knowing we can never go back to Mountain Town and Milton again in this save. So we went 4 and 2 on fires. No. Place. Shit. Cook. Good Lord. All right, we're off and running. This will be the rest of our night. Then we'll maybe go out and try to find a big animal. Hopefully the moose is back up. I wouldn't count on it, but maybe. We need to look at the day too. Like what day are we on here? We're at day 61. I don't think we've already collected a lot of coal, like twice up at Cinder Hill. So I don't think a lot of it's going to be respawned, but some of it might be. Could be worth doing. Mostly we just want to get this cooked, and then we want to get a backup cook ready to go is what we want. And if you look at my inventory, how much do we degrade? Oh, they weren't even that degraded. Like these can go all the way down to like 50% when they're raw, and you can cook them back to 100% when they're done. And then it starts that process over again once it's cooked. And at this point, we're kind of hand to mouth, so I don't see it being a big problem. I feel like I owe it to you guys to definitely have a plan for next weekend. And hopefully I don't have to do anything that's going to put me past 6 o'clock Central Time anyway. So I appreciate you guys kind of being off with the off time. I did put out a community note, but it wasn't until late. I didn't realize I was going to be late until later in the afternoon. I didn't want to make it sound alarming or anything, but because it wasn't. But yeah, it kind of had to happen that way. That's a lot of stuff, man. I mean, if we don't start doing it, it ain't gonna get done. Something to do while we're waiting, I suppose. I still don't know how we're going to do this exactly. This won't go in there. That might go over here, though. Then that kind of defeats the purpose. I'm really mad about this toaster. I can't move this thing at all. Oh, that was me. It wasn't it. It was me. I hit the wrong button. We're not going to be bringing home any more of this kind of stuff. This was just kind of a flex because it's the Signal Void bunker stuff. Wow, we did bring home a lot, didn't we? Holy crap. Yeah, I ain't gonna get that there. You can get it next to it, though. Something like that. I mean, this is just temporary anyway. I'm just trying to get stuff up off the ground. These are displays. This is not for food. In an emergency, yes, we could eat these, but this is not what we're here for. And we'll probably be bringing home a bunch of this kind of thing from Coastal Highway because it's so close, and there's going to be a lot of it because of the Quonset. There, that's a nice display of both sides of the cup. Very good, very good. That was meant for display as well. See, my problem is they start looking so shit once they get ruined. So you can't do like a live vegetable display or anything. It's so crap. Like I said, it's all just for display. We're doing great. We're doing great. We're starting to get stuff put in place. We're starting to see what... Oh, wow, that was really angled, isn't it? I mean, from over there, it looks straight. Whatever. That's okay. It's not staying there. It's just... Yeah. What do we have here? Nothing. We haven't even searched our kitchen yet. Like it's so insane how little we've done. And yet here we are with ropes ready to go in. Put down some meat. Right here. Grab 8 more. Maintenance is everything, bros. Maintenance is everything. We haven't found another flag yet either. Shit, we need another flag. Damn it. Damn it, man. All right, we might as well search. Whetstone. It's been here the whole time. I don't even know how to feel about that right now. I just don't. We might eat that, actually. Was it rancid raw? Right, so that's except for the cabinets. That's everything surged. Let's do the cabinets. Let's do some dropping now. That's rancid raw. Right, so that'll be a good candidate to show you guys that it revitalizes. We'll do that at the end. And we'll do that at the end. A rifle round. Because why not? At some point, we want to go back to the trader save that we had and see how the meat curing box works and finish up Sutherland's Tale, because we've never finished that. It's a nice cinematic look, huh? Getting things done. A lot of water. I'd like to move it over here so we can stand and grab, but getting late. We're not that tired, so we did good here. We did pretty good. We'll still be able to sleep till about morning. We'll go out and look for another animal. We will then, if we don't see anything, hopefully we do. That way we replenish, but we'll see how it goes. We don't have to replenish right now. But then we place the ropes, we light the fire, and we sign off for the night. I got food. I'm hungry. Still got a lot of bear to cook, though. A lot of bear. So, 3 more cooks. Nice, nice, nice. All right, let's start trying to move some of this water right to here. Because I want the water to be kind of in the front. We're going to drop like 14 liters. Yeah, I'd rather it be kind of like right there instead of over there, so that we can just stand here and do shit, drop it straight away. It ain't gonna melt or anything down here. And having it more centralized will kind of line up with my beliefs instead of having it over there by the cabinets and shit. I think it's just a better look. Let's see if we can get out of here. Yeah, pretty easily. And we'll be able to cook that deer meat so I can show you guys that it does revitalize. I don't want to pick it up until that last round, but yeah. So we'll put one more round through. Find that, so we're gonna have to light a match, I think. We'll pick that up. All right, so next round we'll cook that venison. I'll show you that it's like 20-something% right now. It'll go back up to like 70 or 80% once you cook it. Damn it. Fine. My bad. Wasted an hour. Totally my bad. Cooking level 4. Let's go. Actually, we might make 5. You never know. So this is 27%. And we'll see what it is when it comes off the grill. Okay, this has got to be it for us, actually. I'm going to let that fire go. I went too long. You didn't have enough meat to do it. Well, yeah, because we're already behind the change about being tired. We're already behind the chains. As far as day-night tired cycle goes. Because we would like to get out and see if we can get an animal. That's just preparing for the future. And we've got a little time tonight to do it. Like, we've only been going for 4 hours tonight. And we were late. I was super late tonight getting in. Hour and a half late. Which doesn't usually happen, but today we just had stuff going on around the house. Tomorrow's going to be a little different. I got a crock pot meal going. Like, after everything got done that we were doing, I still had to cook dinner, and that just took extra time. Not complaining. You see how it's back to 77%? We're just gonna eat that one. Got too much time here. Actually, we got the perfect amount of time. I wasn't gonna do this, but we're gonna do it. We'll just deal with the tired meter tomorrow, because we've got a really good use for our 4 hours here for the water. We can get 2 water cooks in exactly. So as soon as this is done, we can go to bed. We're gonna sleep, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours and then get up and go look. We'll grab the rifle. We'll grab the rifle. We need to go put that whetstone away too. Like we got some stuff to do here. Yep. All right, so if my math is right, ooh, that's close, but we'll see. It keeps doing that shit. It may boil it all out. If it does, I guess that's fine, but whatever. Sounds like a blizzard outside right now. Let's sleep. Seven hours. We're going to be on the backside of our tired meter. That's fine. That's easily fixable later. Did we get to keep the water, or did the game fuck us again? The game fucked us yet again. We had 2 hours and 24 minutes and 2 hours total for it to go. It was an hour for the melt, an hour for the cook to purify. Fine. 24 minutes was all that was left on the fire. It takes over an hour for this to boil out. Explain to me how that happens. Please explain to me, Hinterland, how that happens. I knew at 24 minutes we were risking it. Somewhere, someplace, your numbers are not right. They're just not right. That's annoying. Not the end of the world, but it's freaking annoying. All right, well, hang on. Let's come out here and drop the rest of that meat. Got a couple of moose steaks on us. What's our weight? Actually, real light. We are super freaking light. Okay. Well, yeah. We need to pick up the rifle and the ammo. Okay, and then I think we're good. Let's look at things line by line here. We're at 30 kilos. I think that we're doing great. We're just walking around getting ready to hunt. Put that in. Put that in. All right, we're good. Let's go looking for a fight. First, we'll check for the wolf, or I'm sorry, the moose. The wolf should be down in the general area anyway. All right, off we go. This is why it's important, because we're already into that bear. That bear is already, it's being consumed. We got quite a bit of it, but, you know, that doesn't mean it's infinite. It will get used. We will be taking meat with us on our journeys. Yeah, I probably should have muted. I need to go get a new mini fridge. I need to create this freaking area just so I have an office that I can then make a front room area down here. I've got an idea for the ceiling, sort of. I think. And I think it'll work to where it makes it feel like more of an enclosed space without being super expensive. No moose today, guys. No moose. But that doesn't mean that we can't go see if the bear in the birch forest is up. Because he might be. Should be. He was the first bear we took. I wouldn't have really have expected the moose to be up this soon. The moose is really every 30-ish days or so. And that's not an absolute. That's just kind of a guideline. We know that the bear is prowling. He was over by the barn last we saw. But he comes out of this birch forest, and if we can find a place to shoot him, that'd be great. Probably ought to go in with the rifle up. He was a bit of a pain in the ass the first time we took him because he ran off. We got a good shot, but we didn't put him down. And he didn't bleed out for like a day, which was weird. I hate being in this dense forested area. It's you could walk into trouble at any moment. No guarantee this bear is up either, but we're going to try for him. We need the meat. We have to be very diligent. Look how dense that is. It's so hard to spot like anything in here. It was a beautiful day to go looking, though. I'll give him that. Gorgeous day. Don't think we've looked at anything over here yet. Might as well now. Couple of dead bodies. I know that bear could be up. There he is. He's right there. Okay. Gotta find a shooting platform. Gotta find a shooting platform. If we're gonna take him here. If not, we wait for him to move and then we find a better shooting platform. But this is not gonna work out for us. This is not a good place. This is not good. Not good at all. We're walking right back into him. He's walking right back into us. What if we did something? Oh, come on. Come on. Don't. Oh, you fucking developers. Oh, come on. What the fuck? Good shooting platform, though. But what the fuck? 5 rounds? We hit him every time. We just never critted him. Oh, it sucks. It's such a waste of ammo. Oh, it's a fucking bloodbath over here. My God. We got him. We got him, though. We got him. All right. How big is he? Not even very big. Not even very big. I mean, it's 30 steaks. 31 steaks, whatever. We're not even far from home. We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted, got what we needed. Now the question is, do we go ahead and bother with the guts or with the pelt? Let's do that. I don't think we need the guts. We'll take the pelt though. And we'll probably pick up a few more steaks. Where are we at weight-wise here? We can't take a, well, we can also do this. Get rid of that. Okay. And then, all right. We got ourselves a bear, boys. Let's get home before it blizzards, because it looks like it's trying to. And that makes perfect sense because we just declared ourselves heavy to the game. The game now knows that we are compromised. We could drop some weight and move a little faster, but until we need to, we're not going to. Let's get everything as close to home as we can. We'll have to keep an eye to see if they spawn the moose behind us, which would be very unfortunate right now. Although we could, you know, go ahead and take a shot at the moose too. We could. But I doubt they're going to spawn the moose behind us. That doesn't seem productive. Although it does seem like something they might do. Just to spite me. Walking slower than we were walking with the ropes. But at least we're in region this time. We can lighten up a little bit. Eat the last of that moose. And we'll have a big swig of that water. Ain't gonna help much. Think about it. We're carrying 31 kilos of meat right now. And the pelt. Like, we're how heavy? If we weren't tired, we'd be better, but we still wouldn't be good. We'd be better, though. How did that bear take 5 rounds? Now, that was ugly. That was messy. And what's funny is that tree that they put me at, they put that tree there so that I couldn't just climb up that. But what that tree actually did was keep that bear from climbing up there long enough for me to shoot him dead. Eventually. This is looking very blizzardy, boys. Very, very blizzardy. Even though it just blizzarded. Game does what the game does. I hate being over here. I think we're technically heading right at home. We kind of bypassed the moose. We could go over there and go up and yeah, I think we're technically heading right at home. We're not lost in any way, but we are very slow. That's the bridge right there. Yeah, we just kind of came across slightly different. And I don't see the moose, so we did the right thing. We did the absolute right thing. We've accomplished all our goals tonight. I'm insane. I'm sorry. I'm insanely happy. I'm insane. Yeah. So much for modesty. It's kind of insane that it really only took 4.5 hours. Like, just to get into Mountain Town, get shit done, get back, and we've already hunted. Not in the grit. Shit. That was weird. He got hit way back there. Look at how far away from his body. Oh, by the way, stop it. Okay. He got hit way back there. He should have ran off. He should have never been locked on me at that point. It feels like the game's decision making is dynamic to some extent. There's another wolf we're gonna have to take care of. That wolf would have... Wait, what? Oh, okay. They're gonna say I missed, but look, we've been hitting the same shots the entire time. They're just RNGing me to death. They're going to say I missed, but then the second shot was a one tap. I mean, I'll take it. He's dead. The threat is eliminated. But we're wasting ammo. Hopefully they didn't spawn the little shit in my front yard again after 2 days, 3 days. I feel like the game's algorithm just does it. It assesses your situation and then acts accordingly based on the difficulty level, which I guess is what a video game's supposed to do, sort of. It's survival game is one thing. You know, No Man's Sky is not necessarily trying to kill you, but it can. This game is actively trying to kill you. And by actively, I mean, it's changing its own logic at some points. Spawn rates, weather occurrence, sprains, strains, you know, all that stuff. Food poisoning. This game is so loaded with random number generation. You're rolling a dice. You're just rolling dice. Now we should explain it better. But that's why table games are so. I've never played D&D ever, not once. But I understand the concept because you're trying to do a thing, and the thing you're trying to do requires a roll. Are you going to get that roll, or are you not going to get that roll? And it's not an exact roll most of the time. But there's also things that if you get an exact roll, it's mostly role playing and character building. And honestly, that's more of an RPG than it is a survival thing. But it translates here to where everything is random number generation. It is, you got a 60% chance to make a fire. So the game is flipping a coin 10 times. Right? Or it's flipping a coin one time where 6 out of 10 times it works and 4 out of 10 times it does not. And it's asked to make a decision based on that. And I can argue that I think Long Dark's logic is fairly broken sometimes, just because of certain ways that things happen. That is boarded up down there, right? Yeah. There's no way that you would probably fail a 60% chance 4 times in a row, but it's totally possible. Mathematically, it's totally possible. It's totally possible that you fail 10 times in a row or 20 times in a row. That's random number shit. I enjoy that kind of thing. I don't know. I enjoy trying to make sure that the math actually maths. And sometimes it do, and sometimes it don't. I take back my previous statement about not making cooking level 5, by the way. We're certainly going to make cooking level 5 at some point in this run. As long as we stay alive. We will make it. We already hit 4. Because we are, by the nature of what we're doing, we're forced to go out and take animals like this. And then we do a big long cook. And eventually with, 3 or 4 or 5 more of those animals, which we've got way more regions than that, we're going to have to get level 5. That's how it's going to go. So I didn't think we would, but we are actually going to. I'm not going to push for it. I'm not trying for it. It's just it's going to happen. All right, let's go out front. We're going to dump off the raw meat because we're not going to cook that right now. And see, being a numbers guy is why the water boiling off on the stove pisses me off. Because they're saying an hour sleep is not the same as an hour real time or an hour passing time. They could all three be different. And you got no way to know. You've honestly got no way to know. And that irritates me because that's just bad math. It's bad RNG. All right, we're gonna drop the bear right here. Beautiful. Glorious. All right, give me a second. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, all right. So we still got a couple of things to do before we can call it a day. We're gonna have to sleep, and then we'll do the things tomorrow. There are a few things. There's a few other things I want to look at too while we got a minute here. I want to look at all the different options as to what we can build to figure out what we actually want to do with the room and the area, like all of it. There's display shelves. That could be fun. There's tables, but no chair. Well, there is chair. Okay. I mean, that's expensive, actually. No, not really. That could be our easy. Ooh, what is that? Crushed deer hide. Okay. If we find a hockey jersey, we might do that because that's something that we could do. We still need to make the photos from what we just took. That's something in the morning. I don't know. There's a lot of real empty space right here. And we're hoping that a lot of this gets filled up by the ropes. They are all 13 ropes, guys. Not ready to reveal that exactly just yet, but every collection starts somewhere. Just remember that. Everything starts someplace. Trying to think of what we want to do. If we put display things up, what do we want to put on them? You know, like our bedroom already looks amazing. What more do we need? Maybe a couple of dressers on each side, like the clothing things for more storage. How much do those cost? Holy shit, those are expensive. 24 fur is very expensive. However, it'd be a huge flex to have 2 of those. We need to, hang on. Let's go up and go to bed. We'll make the other 2 in the morning. Yeah, 12 hours. Let's get back on the right side here. BRB. All right, let's get some water. Craft up the other 2. I feel like the black and white might be the way to go for this one. We've already got a color, we got a sepia, and now I think black and white might be the right call. Mainly because this is so not good for us in any way, shape, or form. Because we didn't get the picture we really wanted here. I actually think the black and white looks pretty good. Shit. This is gonna get interesting. Getting the first layer in, huh? It's not even close. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. I think I like the black and white. I mean, the color is always going to look best, you know, but like, let's vary it up a little bit. I'm not saying we have to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but let's vary it up a little bit. I don't know where we put the other ones, but we'll eventually find a place for those too. Those as well. Our double monitor setup looks sick, bro. It looks sick. All right, so for now, that's good. can't even target that thing. Whatever. All right. It's coming along. Everything's coming along. We got Freddy Fazbear over there now. Fuck yeah. Two full regions down. One little transition down. 3 pictures on the wall. I love the idea of this save. I love it so much. Let's get rid of the stuff in inventory. Perfect. Let's look at where we're at on some things here. What are we at? 63? At day 63. Barely 2 months in. 3.5 on carcass harvesting. That's pretty good. Very low on cooking. 4. We will get there. I didn't think we would. We will get there. Fire starting, we need to work on. And we may do that before we leave for the next region. I don't know. It's possible. We might do Desolation Point next, because I know there's not a whole lot of like ropes and stuff there. So we could maybe pick up some whetstones and that kind of thing. We'll see. Don't care about ice fishing. Rifle, don't really care about archery. Don't care about mending 2 and a part. We're almost level 5 on revolver already. I mean, that's what we carry, so it would make sense. We got a lot of things to repair though. Our guns probably need to, yeah, we probably need to clean those up. Let's do that real quick. Should we go up and try to grab some coal, or should we just wait? We don't need to. That's nice when you can get that kind of improvement. 9%, real nice. 3 cleans puts it at 99. That's really nice. Let's clean up the rifle. And we're gonna go ahead and, no, we're not. No, we're not, because we're going to put that away. Well, no, we're not going to put it away. So we're going to go where I think we're going to go, which we're not. We're going to Desolation. I think we're going to go to Desolation Point, guys. Because I want to get over there and look and see if that's for sure the area that they're going to put the next region on when the time comes. It's got to be. There is no other choice. There's just no other choice. It has to be. I don't see any other way possible. We do need to do some repairs. Oh, we got a whole skin on us too. We'll put that down someplace. Okay, actually, that doesn't look horrific. What if over here? Can't get in over there, so it's not going to work out the way we want it to. Let's just drop that here. Should cover all of that, but we're not going to get that corner, and that's going to suck. Otherwise, we could carpet this and take the tile out with bear hides. Look at us making plans for the future. I love it. In a game that's permadeath, we seem to be staring permadeath in the eye and saying, fuck you. Like, that's kind of what we're doing. Like, I dare you to kill me. I'm more likely to kill me than the game is at this point. Because of the dumb shit that I have to do with, you know, probably some fairly precarious goading situations. Okay, what's our inventory out here? We're super light. Let's go think about repairing our gear so that we're ready for the next shift. Because we probably took some damage. Damn. Have to stop and eat and drink real quick, but that's fine. I love getting max calories out of those big animals, and that's what cooking level 4 and 5 does. All right, here. No, here. This would hurt if we failed. We got plenty of cloth. Let's just get everything to everything. Let's see what our actual max temp is. We won't be able to do it till tomorrow. We're wasting cloth now, but this is fine. This is fine. We don't actually have any food right now. That's also fine. No, it's not. See, this is why we gotta have these animals, man. This is why we do this. Whatever. Make sure we got food on us. We're gonna see where our max warmth is. We're gonna have to pass some time though. I think we can get pretty close to daytime. All right, yay, big bear meat. Big water. I think 8's about all we can get. There was an aurora. gonna be dark. This is fine. We'll do that in a minute. We'll do that in a minute. Let's get everything else fixed. I'm up a little later than I wanted to be, but we're okay. Nice. Oh, we're taking damage because I forgot to drink. That's fine. Just get everything fixed. Oh, you son of a... Just always with the failures. And see, this is kind of how you work the mending skill as well. Like, you just keep doing shit, even when you kind of sort of don't need to. Blizzard. I can hear it wailing. Everything is 100% now. Except for that. Okay, whatever. Don't care. Don't know how that didn't go up either, but whatever. We're at plus 32, man. Plus 32C. That is solid. That is really solid for found gear. Extremely decent. Let's fix everything else since we got a blizzard outside anyway. Who gives a shit? Let's, where'd that whetstone go? Let's just work on our shit. Be ready for the next time. Oh, hang on. We need a drink. That's gonna annoy even me. Even that's gonna annoy me. Two more times. Can we sharpen our knife? I think we put that whetstone back away. With whatever durability it has, because it's the only one we have. I like that you can't fail at this, by the way, which is kind of nice. All right, so here, that's gone now. Perfect. Put that in. Depends on where we're gonna go as to whether or not I want the rifle. If we're gonna go to Timberwolf and then Ash, I need the rifle. Because there's a lot of movement in there and it'd be nice to take a big animal. And just have meat and not have to worry about it while we collect the ropes. Inside the region. On both. And not to mention the one in Timberwolf would be nice to kill that bear just because he's in our freaking way. And avoiding him is totally doable, but annoying. But what if we went to Bleak? There are a few ropes in Bleak. I kind of want to make a splash, though. I feel like Ash Canyon is the way to go. Well, I'll think on this for a period of time, and then we'll figure it out. Inventory's looking so solid. Our gear is in such good shape. Like, everything is repaired. From guns to tools. I mean, the pry bar, but who gives a shit? Everything's looking great. I'm happy. I am happy. That's as good as our gear is ever going to look. Our clothing. All right, so I think what we should do here is, let's sign off. Let's have some lunch. Let's move this. We're not going to be able to move, which is why I stood where I stood. I can't move. Totally fine by me. We're going to drop 60 liters of water. Of course, we're going to pick up a couple more, but let's drop it so it's a big pile. Yes. A little more central. A little more central. We could even make it a little bigger by standing back here just a little bit and keeping that going. We should have had 12 liters on the freaking... on the stovetop. No. All right, let's start a fire. Fire starting 2. Let's go. Just need to get to 3 and then we don't need tender. There it is, guys. The humble beginnings of everything. This is 13 ropes. We're just getting started. We've only completed a couple of regions and one little kind of transition region. That's it. We've got so many big regions yet to go. Ash Canyon. Timberwolf Mountain is going to be a massive one. We've got the far territories yet to go, but we have to go to each of these regions individually and collect the ropes and take a picture. I like what we're setting up here. I like how this is going, and I like where this is going. We have to continue to be smart and not make stupid freaking decisions. Even on Voyager, you can die. Well, I mean, on whatever mode, you can die. And the game's still trying to kill you on whatever mode it is you're playing. I'm happy. We've done well. We've done really well. The gear, amazing shape. I don't know where we're going next week, though. I just don't know yet. My senses tell me go to Ash Canyon. and grab those 6 or 7 or 8 ropes in Ash Canyon. That's what my head's telling me. But I don't know what my feel is. My feel is I want to go somewhere we haven't been before. But I kind of don't want to do 2 episodes in a row where it's like, hey, there's 4 ropes here, and then you go to Desolation and there's like 1. But we have to explore. It's just going to be a boring episode. But at some point, we got to get it out of the way, regardless. So it's going to be a boring episode next week, or it's going to be a boring episode 5 weeks from now. The night ended up not being a boring episode, though. There were some challenges. We had one little wolf thing. Mostly we fell and ripped clothing and stuff, but we're back to good now. And we're in excellent shape. Again, it's the ropes, guys. It's all about the ropes. And I'm happy we're doing this. I didn't think I would be. But this is giving me purpose, so I love it. I'm gonna go to the end screen now. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Again, caller, what's up? Thank you so much for the 10. Don't ever have to do that, but thank you so much. I appreciate you. And yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do another stream. It's just not gonna be Long Dark. We're gonna play something else tomorrow. I want to play another game. We'll figure it out. I'm leaning towards Half-Life 2. We need to finish that off. We went that far. We should finish it off and get that one off the registry. You know, like it's got to be off. I can't keep leaving it and putting it off. So maybe we get started tomorrow with that, and we'll finish it when we can. I've heard that episode's a lot longer than the other ones, so I guess we'll see how it goes. It's something I don't get to do very often, play a shooter. Let's go play a shooter on the new equipment, by the way. And let's see how everything plays with that. So I think that sounds like the plan. Tomorrow, might even start a little early, somewhere around 4 or 5 o'clock Central Time. We're going to jump into Halo 2 and play episode 2 and just get going with that. Thank you guys again for watching For the Ropes. I appreciate you. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.